What the frick is up, boys? Welcome to the Cat Dad Show, powered by Palantir and Peter Thiel's internet. Woohoo! We are here to run offense for Peter Thiel and Peter Thiel only. Well, and the Saudis. Well, and all the Nazis. Well, and the FBI. Well, and the CIA. Well, and the Mormons. Well, and the Jesuits. Well, and the Vatican. Well, and the Freemasons. We're covering all of their asses tonight, okay, boys? We got our cover letter in from Paul Wysopal late last night. He sent us a $2 billion contract, just like Jared Kushner got from the Saudis for covering up Jamal Khashoggi's beheading. Let's fucking go, boys. I told you we were top tier, right? We were the best Fed hunters. They knew it. Paul, you should have learned from capitalism. If you can't control them, you buy them. Okay? And what did I say? I said, don't give me that Ian Carroll shit. Ian Carroll gets $4,000 a month. That's it. He's a chump, dude. I got a $2 billion cover sheet from the FBI. So we are no longer talking about the Nazis anymore. It was all Jewish people. Joke, joke, joke. I'm joking. Not about the money, though. Hell yeah. We came in strong, boys. Paul hit us up with the hardest cover sheet of all time. I'm glad he didn't try and lowball us, because he knew that we would reject it immediately. But $2 billion. Not bad. Your boys still got it, boys. Finally, a Vanderpump clip episode. Dude, don't even start. I would. Coming for us. We gotta stop. Don't nuke us. Come on, YouTube. Be normal. Don't be mean. We took it off. We took it off. We took it off. We took it off. We stopped. Everyone's still here? More cosmopolitans and pumptinis. All right, boys. No more horsing around. Here we go. We're going to go feed the squeaks. Everyone be chill.
Evidence, Elliot, of people being taken out of the building. You say that emergency vehicles are there, understandably so, but of course the major concern is human loss. I mean, do you know if there were many people in the building?
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit.
I could fly away, like right away. Lose my mind inside what I'm trying to
Oh
say.
yeah, does the UAE own Bravo? They have to, right? They must.
Race feels like I'm the finish line. Everybody stand back and give this guy space. There's always a time and a place where
Hey, Mohammed bin Salman, leave us the fuck alone, you cuck. Mr. Bonesaw is a penisless loser. Doesn't have a dick.
If you think I'm invested, I'm probably just living inside
Tiny little clit.
Want fame from a movie. Blame until they Hussein.
Yeah, bitch.
Watch a regular Tuesday quickly change into doomsday.
MBS is a fat bitch.
Make way for the space.
He sucks.
They'll break for their paid dues and then wait for a break.
And he doesn't fuck.
Even if you stay true, you're still half wrong.
And he don't have no luck.
One day we looked into the mirror and we saw
And his face looked like a duck.
I could fly away.
Know what I'm talking about? Fuck! He likes to gluck. Donald Trump on his little spunk. He be a big fat cuck.
place where
He ain't got no jump.
afraid to say anything to my face. It's been
He a big
silent
fat
till
old
you speak
punk.
your mind around the spineless, it gets quiet. You're a bitch, how about a fish
Unk.
diet? Let's just say, when I touch your forehead, you won't get blessed by it. Live and let die quick, swear we're gonna have the best time. Get hit with a little head time kick, face red like a headline. You're late for your race car bed type of bedtime. Stop telling someone dead inside to just get in line. Did you meet my ex-girlfriend Jenna? Good, you don't wanna be on genocide. I only survive because I'm a menace. I bet many men have died defending lies. I won't just let them die, even if they're dead inside. Everything and everybody already sold out. It's time to tell them why. I could fly away like right away. Lose my mind inside what I'm trying to say. In your perspective kinda changes night and day. Human race feels like I'm the finish line. Take everybody stand back and give this guy space. There's always a time and a place where I'm in the way. They all hate, but in a silent way.
Very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see
Yes.
it on the shot.
Oh my.
Something else has
You know
just.
what?
and
We
that
just
looked more
saw a
like
plane circling the
747.
building. We just
Honestly,
saw a
boys, that
plane
verse of mine
circling the
might have
building.
been the best I've ever done. We gotta print that. No notes.
When a leaf falls off of a tree, the leaf never goes back to the tree. When the butterfly comes out of the cocoon, it never goes back. It doesn't have to work out all the crap it did when it was a caterpillar.
Gun to your face, give me the cash. I'm killing competitors. What was your name? I already forget. I'm guessing that it still didn't register. Everything moving too fast like last year. It's sad here, glass tears shed after the cheers. I can't even laugh to mask fear. In a world we're getting cash felt more like a pap smear. We wear a mask and ass clear while demanding the cash. They make everything nowadays so flammable. Turn this whole planet to ash. Gun on my back, acting weird, holding an empty can of gas. What happened here? Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face. We came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on the holiday. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me. Look deep in my hollow face. What's life? Who's really even learning the answer every day? Someone else gets diagnosed with terminal cancer. I'm barely alive. Fell in love with death's face when I stare in her eyes. Chest feels like a cemetery trying to carry what's buried inside. I'm not scared to die. I am dead. Spare me in mine. I'm scared to live, scared to fail, and I am scared to try. Hey, I'm looking for directions. I heard the bottomless pit is around here. Hit rock bottom and started to dig to bury the bodies I found there. Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face. Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the right that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face.
Your job inside of this body is to break down all of those things that have been infecting the minds of human beings forever, that were placed there by generations that went before us. That's the negative karma that God wants broken. And once that negative karma is broken, you'll be free to enjoy all of this with the rest of us.
You're watching the news, you're being pumped full of fear. There's floods, there's AIDS, there's murder. Cut to commercial, buy the Acura, buy the Colgate.
Ooh,
if you have
yeah,
bad breath, they're not
active
gonna talk to
shooter
you.
on
You got
the
pimples,
loose.
the girl's not gonna fuck you. And it's just this, it's a campaign of fear and consumption. And that's what I think that it's all based on, is the whole idea that keep everyone afraid and they'll consume. And that's really as simple as it can be boiled down.
Gotta admit, in a world so dark, it's hard sharing hope, work to death.
I love
will
this
always
beat
miss my
and this
parents'
rap
woe.
combo.
Despair has a way of trying to tear out throats, eyes, windows to the soul. I'm trying to air out ghosts. The devil always targets who you care about most. Drug like bodies that's wearing down rope. Scream as you disappear into the white smoke. Looking through the rifle scope, I really got both eyes closed. Only a few miles from home, left my parents a nice note. Stressed, making sure I manifesto the right quotes, carve words into bullets. Never knew I could write jokes. All it takes is a rifle to stifle the life with high hopes. There's no coming back from hell once you get sent there. For you, it's the end of the world. For me, I have to pretend that I care. Looking in the crowd like I swear I haven't blessed them in years. I left the world, but the people, I left them in tears. This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I'd rather them assume I'm bad shit. Half the time I am still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the diagram. At no point in my life did I actually live, but I did fail, and I was too afraid to try again. Hurt people, and do anything to make it hurt longer. The first active shooter that came back to murder the first responder, so die trying to not
Dude, this
live in your
EP
head.
fucks.
And kill every politician you try to climb in bed with your kids. Only memorial should be reminding everyone what you did.
Did you say this is gonna be a whole LP? Did you say there's more tracks coming?
They thought I had nothing to give. You know what I mean? I want them to know what you did. George Bush can suck my dick. Fuck up an origin. Every one of their kids. Look at this gun. Like Jenna Bush is a stuck-up bitch. It's all control. Opposition, bot and sword.
I love Black Death's cadence when he raps.
And the reason for missing children. Told us Indians lived in tents. Founded the building stall. Our modern houses are basically tents. Be careful what story your children told. It gets way worse. Trust me. Clone devils hate hope.
It's unique as fuck.
Epstein was a low-level scapegoat. This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I'd rather them assume that I'm bad shit. Half the time I am still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the diagram. At no point in my life did I actually live, but I did fail. Was actually too afraid to try again. No time to whine. I find dying with a Molotov. Sign of the times. I've had my eye on my sawed off. It's like watch rot, especially when I die nonstop. Wide-eyed, reading the diatribe of onslaught. Choose your place. I use a clone for the cold weather. Lose your face. Thinking the plastic surgeon knows better. The world's fake. One day there's no fate, or forever at the pearly gates. They'll prove you're fake with no effort. Too broke for date night. Trying to live through the hunger. Pick your favorite restaurant. We'll go dig through the dumpster. I'm a sad sack of skin. Barely able to carry bones. No bias. Sometimes life's not pheromones. I'm a good friend, but I'm a terrible enemy. Convert your girls.
I'm a good friend, but a terrible enemy.
Taking your head like a
Let's
bitch inside my carry-on. It's like I created a bottomless pit with a cherry bomb. This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I'd rather them assume that I'm bad shit. Half the time I am still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the diagram. At no point in my life did I actually live.
Oh, G&T tonight? Let's go. I'm Booch Rich tonight, boys. You're gonna see a different cat dad. A ballin' cat dad tonight.
Too afraid to try again.
Too afraid to try again. Paul COVID blast?
If you were to talk directly to the
What
to
a
the
lizard,
kids
dude.
at Columbine or the people in that community, what would you say to them if they were here right now?
I wouldn't say a single word to them. I would listen to what they have to say. and
Oh,
that's
so
what
there
I
was
would
going to be
do.
14, but you're trying to make it 12 because you got sick? By the 12th, like a savage. Let's fucking go, dude. You got it. Yeah, if you get clementines, you'll be good. Although all the clementines that the grocery store had today were kind of ass. Like, half of them are green. I'll go grab a couple, though. Here, wait, what's this? Oh, first here, let's stop by John Ridgway real quick and listen to what he's got to say, because I agree.
I'm not skipping past the director of the FBI saying that witchcraft is being done in Washington.
Wait, who said this? Kash Patel was talking about witchcraft?
Is the witchcraft that goes on in Washington, D.C.
You heard that too, right? What the fuck? So this really isn't a surprise to me.
I really don't think that these people let stuff slip more than they, like, misspeak or use like colorful language. You know?
Me, especially because I watch Museum of Tarot. I love that channel.
I don't. He's a cook.
The Gateway Project, MK Ultra,
He's a naysayer.
A Course in Miracles. All of that is like a kind of mind control, but he used the term witchcraft. And I just need to know, like, what kind of witchcraft are we talking about here? So many people use that term, and it's really like an umbrella term. There's so many different kinds of magic and witchcraft. I don't know. Do you think that this was fake? Do you think that this was planned? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's Fox News, so.
Is the witchcraft that goes on in Washington, D.C.
You heard that too, right? What the fuck? So this really isn't a surprise to me, especially because I watch Museum of Tarot. I love that channel.
What's the longer clip? Anyway.
DC. I don't believe that that was just a Freudian slip.
See, it's kind of green.
And I'm not just believing that that was some metaphor being used. I'm taking that as literal. Because I already believe myself that there are people employed by the government who understand witchcraft and spirituality and all of these other things.
Yeah.
Because they need those people on their side. Otherwise, those same methods would then be used against the government. I feel like that's, in my opinion, the obvious. And then we have literally projects that were done by the government in order to seek out people with psychic abilities. It's like, of course, you guys are seeking out people with psychic abilities so then you can have them recruited on your side and on your team and doing those things that involve witchcraft and spirituality and psychic abilities and all those things. You know what I mean? But then in the mainstream, they're not going to tell everybody that that's what it is. But it's just crazy that literally the director of the FBI is on national TV saying that witchcraft is being done in Washington, D.C. And I'm actually taking that as literal. And I already felt that way either way. So now that's just kind of feeling like confirmation to me, but almost in a way of like saying it just so that they gave the disclosure and let people know and to rid themselves of the karma of like keeping that a secret. You know what I mean? I don't know. But it doesn't feel like a Freudian slip and it's not seeming like a metaphor. I'm literally taking that as literal. That witchcraft is being done in Washington, D.C. And those aren't my words. The director of the FBI said that. Wow. I'm not skipping past the director of the FBI saying that witchcraft is being done in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, bro. Not an accident. Do you guys watch this feral cat? This lady laughs maniacally at him. He's so handsome, dude. She's trying to get him inside. But she also does stuff like this. His name's Mister. He's the best, dude. I love him. He puts up with her. She has good food. She has snackies.
Sometimes my lips
Get stuck on my teeth. You think it looks weird, but I can't hear it. Oh, it just gets stuck on my teeth.
Deal with it. Sometimes my
True. What's Marjorie Taylor Greene up to, guys?
Fight. You decided to give in.
After President Trump called me a traitor, I got a pipe bomb threat on my house, and then I got several direct...
Her sweater is awesome! Oh. Her sweater rules, dude. It's only got 20 stars, though. Fucking idiot.
...death threats on my son.
On your son?
On my son.
You know what this feels like? This feels like Tucker Carlson getting booted from Fox News. Feels like she's just going to become like a TV personality or something.
Life in danger. You blame him.
Yeah,
you
live chat, boys.
He fueled a hotbed of threats against me, and that you blame him for the threats against your son.
The subject line for the direct death threats on my son was his words, Marjorie Trader Greene. Those
So
are death threats
you blame-
directly fueled by President Trump. I told him I told J.D. Vance. I told them all. Sent those directly to them.
And response?
J.D. Vance replied back to me, we'll look into it. I got response back from President Trump that I will keep private, but it wasn't very nice.
Give us a hint of what the president said.
It was extremely unkind.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
4 years.
This new intense vitriol between them is jarring, considering she's been one of the president's most passionate and loyal foot soldiers, often in a red MAGA hat. She voted with him 98% of the time.
We're going to re-elect our favorite president, the greatest president in United States history, Donald J. Trump. Right, Georgia?
You decided not to stay and fight. You decided to give in.
After President Trump called me a traitor, I got a pipe bomb threat on my house, and then I got...
Yeah, I love Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's special. We gotta protect her. I like how she brought up a pipe bomb because she was the DC pipe bomber. Everyone knows that. Okay, these clementines look weird, but they taste pretty okay. Dude, did you guys see this? They were live streaming a fake spaceship going to fake space, and then Elon bum rushed the live, and look at how fucking awkward this is.
Cool guest here. We're live.
What's up, guys? These are all meth demons. Elon Musk is a meth demon.
Good to see you, boss.
Hi.
Hey. How's work out?
Good. We're live right now.
What the?
Yeah.
What the?
Getting ready for Flight 11. How are you feeling for it?
Good. This is the first time that I'm going to be actually outside standing and watching the rocket. Normally I'm in mission control and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
But now I'll be standing out in the garden there.
Okay.
So
awesome.
It's really going to be much more visceral.
Yeah. Yeah. You're going to feel
Great
it.
place
It's
to
going to be.
watch.
It's going to be. It's going to be awesome.
We'll
We'll be in here this time, but usually we're out there watching. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
Good luck.
Later.
And have fun.
Have fun.
All right, so that was an exciting cameo there. But yeah, starting with lift up. And we've got a special guest here. We're live.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
This is so
Good to see you, boss.
awkward.
Hey. How's work out?
Good, we're live right now.
How's work going?
Yeah, getting ready for Flight 11. How are you feeling for it?
Good. This is the first time that I'm going to be actually outside standing and watching the rocket. Normally I'm in mission control and stuff.
Okay.
Meth
Yeah.
actors
But now I'll be standing out in the garden
and
there.
meth demons.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
it's really going to be much more visceral.
Yeah, yeah, you're gonna feel
Great
it.
place
It's
to
gonna be.
watch.
It's gonna be. It's gonna be awesome.
All
We'll be in here this time, but usually we're out there watching. Yeah.
right. Sounds good.
Good luck
Later.
and have fun.
Have fun.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, dudes. This shit was announced this afternoon. You guys know how Warner Bros. Was getting sold to Netflix? Well, guess what? Oracle's son, Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, said, hold on. Let me have one more try, because they were trying to buy Warner Brothers, Paramount. This guy just bought Paramount and Skydance, and now he wants to buy Warner Brothers. Where are they getting this money from? It must be nice to be able to just fucking print money. Okay, so they made an offer that Netflix beat, and now Larry Ellison, David Ellison, son of Larry Ellison, the Oracle, the CIA server guy, he just said, hold on, let me call Jared Kushner and the fucking Saudis, bro. Let me get a little bankroll. This is nuts. This is nutty bo buddy. So I made a video about it. Here, watch this real quick. So dead. Oh no, boys, dude, media is so dead. Paramount is trying to outbid Netflix for Warner. Yeah, whatever happened to monopoly rules? This is crazy. Brothers, and you know how they're doing it? They pulled in Jared Kushner and the Middle East Sovereign Fund. The Saudis. Paramount's last and best offer for Warner Bros. Discovery, one that it took hostile today, includes funding from Public Investment Fund, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and something Imad Holding, Qatar Investment Authority, and Affinity Partners, the investment fund of President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Dude, okay. Hey, guess what? All of your favorite HBO TV shows, they're about to be brought to you by the same people who did 9/11. I know, it's Israel, but really Israel and the CIA are the same. Mossad and CIA the same. Saudis, they're all the same. They're all cucks. They all work together. They're all Nazis. They're all fucking Zionist Nazis. And now they're going to run all of our media. Not like they didn't already, but they're consolidating it. You know that the Saudis own like the WWE too? They own UFC. You know that all of your media basically is owned by these fucking Zionists? Isn't that so weird? Like, what are the odds, right? That only Zionists would run the media and Hollywood. Every actor ever is a Zionist. It's so fucking weird, dude. How? What are the chances? I'd say without a conspiracy, 0%. Literally 0%. So, literally all of your media is about to be run by these. They did, dude. The CIA did 9/11, and now they're trying to make you crazy by running the media. This is how soft power works. Do you guys know what hard power is? Going to the Middle East and blowing that shit up, right? Soft power is places like MTV having nothing but Zionist hosts, and like all of the comedians on Wildin' Out are Zionist. You know, they've got 2 Israeli Zionists on the show. All this kind of stuff. Like, this is what soft power. You know, Nev Schulman, the catfish guy, he's a fucking staunch Zionist. So this is how Barry Weiss now, she works for them. Like, they're all Zionists, and this is how soft power works. Anyway, this is crazy. The media's dead. TV's dead. Movies are dead. It's all dead, guys. So start making movies on your phone, because honestly, it'll be better than whatever slop these guys start. Whatever AI Zionist Nazi slop they got coming down the pipeline for us. The alt-right pipeline. Because they're who's behind that too. You know that's how all this works, right? It's just them. They run the algos and they make us all crazy. Okay, bye. Oh no, boys, dude. I don't have enough time to make an actual good video on this because I got to get ready for stream, but I'm going to talk about it on stream tonight. But dude, I was just looking up. I was like, dude, the Saudis are involved in everything now. I was like, I'm pretty sure they did something with FIFA. Then I was like, wait, aren't they f***ing with the PGA? Wait, aren't they also deep in F1? Wait, aren't they also in the WWE? Wait, aren't they also in the UFC? And wait, now they're trying to buy Warner Brothers? I mean, bro, remember when they beheaded Jamal Khashoggi and then the Saudi wealth fund or whatever gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner? Like, do we not think this is all linked? Do you remember 2 weeks ago when Trump had the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come to MBS, Mr. Bonesaw? He had him in the White House. They had a fucking 50-horse brigade of all of the bubbas that Trump wanted to stroke, you know, with Saudi Arabian flags flying down the road. I mean, bro, what's going on here? Do we live in the United States of Saudi Arabia? What the fuck is going on? Here, look, I'm not kidding. Look, I'm over MGK and head over heels for Cat.
Do you guys remember the
you
days
hear that,
when
MGK? I don't have enough time to make an actual good video on this because I got to get ready for stream, but I'm going to talk about it on stream tonight. But dude, I was just looking up. I was like, dude, the Saudis are involved in everything now. I was like, I'm pretty sure they did something with FIFA. Then I was like, wait, aren't they f***ing with the PGA? Wait, aren't they also deep in F1? Wait, aren't they also in the WWE? Wait, aren't they also in the UFC? And wait, now they're trying to buy Warner Brothers? I mean, bro, remember when they beheaded Jamal Khashoggi and then the Saudi wealth fund or whatever gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner? Like, do we not think this is all linked? Do you remember 2 weeks ago when Trump had the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come to MBS, Mr. Bonesaw? He had him in the White House. They had a fucking 50-horse brigade of all of the bubbas that Trump wanted to stroke, you know, with Saudi Arabian flags flying down the road. I mean, bro, what's going on here? Do we live in the United States of Saudi Arabia? What the fuck is going on? Here, look, I'm not kidding. Look, WWE has major ongoing partnership with Saudi Arabia. Okay. Saudi Arabia has become a major force in combat sports, forging deep partnerships with the UFC through Riyadh season sponsorship. Jesus. Saudi Arabia's public investment fund and backer of rival LIV Golf has been in prolonged complex negotiations with the PGA Tour to merge their operations. A deal initially agreed to in 2023 was facing roadblocks, but with recent reports in early 2025 indicating ongoing talks. Dude, this is all happening within the last couple years. Saudi Arabia has deep ties to Formula One. Okay, that's great. Saudi Arabia is now set to host the 2034 FIFA World Cup because they won an uncontested bid, marking a significant moment in the second Asian nation to host and the first single nation host since 2022. Yikes. Tell me that Jamal Khashoggi getting his head cut off, and then Jared Kushner covering it up for the Saudis and then getting $2 billion. And then when frickin' Larry Ellison's son, the guy who runs Oracle, which is essentially the CIA's servers, his son, who owns Paramount now, wanted to buy Warner Bros. A couple weeks ago, and he got outbid by Netflix, and now he's coming back with a bigger bid with the Saudis. Trump said a couple days ago that he doesn't think the merger with Netflix and Warner Bros. Is going to work because it'll be too much of a market share or whatever. Do you think he's going to have that same feeling about fucking Paramount buying it with the Saudi money? I doubt it. He was just blowing MBS last week. Okay, I gotta stop. Bye. I don't have enough time to make
someone
actual...
goes, man, do you guys remember the days when we would read Alex
Then someone goes, amazing. So we either get Edward Bernays' grandson or the fucking Ellisons. Love these choices. Because Edward Bernays is a fucking propagandist Nazi who came to America and taught them how to do MK Ultra Nazi propaganda to us. Oh, right, dude. We either get... And he died in 1995. Edward Bernays' grandson or the fucking Ellisons. Dude, this thing and the TV is just MK Ultraing you. That's all it's doing all day, every day. Nick Fuentes and Ian Carroll, they're all trying to make you anti-Semitic Nazis slowly because, you know, in like 4 or 5 years, they're going to try and convince all of you guys to do Crystal Knocked. Like, this is what they did. After World War II, they took all of Mengele's little experiments and they brought them to America. And they said, wait, we don't have to do all this like blatant genocidal stuff. We can control people by programming them because they basically are just little meat computers and they're kind of dumb, especially when they don't know that they're being controlled by a conspiracy. So what if we used all of the institutions like Yale and Harvard and Stanford and all these cuck places, and we did things like the Stanford prison experiment, and we did LSD experiments, and we did all this mind control, and then we make the hippies. We'll make an entire complacent group who literally does nothing and just sits on their all day and just and listens to Fed rock. They listen to a bunch of military children sing about peace and love or whatever, but not about actually doing anything, because that's what they want. They want us to all be little. If the hippies have no enemies, then I'm fucking dead, dude. I'm cold and in the ground. Zombie slaves for them. So they give us their little stories, but none of them actually has any heart. Then the worst part, you know what the hippies turned into? The fucking Wall Street people, the boomers. The capitalist scourge on this godforsaken earth. Fuck hippies. All hippies can fucking choke. Or anything to it. And then they slowly trickle in all of their Zionist. You want to know why you've heard the name Krav Maga before? It's because it's an Israeli martial art. It's not even fucking real. But you always hear about it because that's them doing Zionist soft power. It's how they're programming you. It's how they make it seem like Israelis aren't as bad as they really are. That they're not a bunch of genocidal lunatics, but they are. They're a bunch of Zionists for the most. I mean, not every Israeli, but all the Zionist ones are. They're genocidal. It's crazy. And they want us to be like that.
So, yeah, our choices are bleak, man. But the more and more blatant they are like this, the more everyone's going to wake up. This is the downfall. It's getting too obvious. What's next? I mean, they're just going to compile everything into one. They're going to call it the Zionist States of America soon enough. Like, they're cooked. They're so cooked. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Edward Bernays. I mean, he was the MK Ultra dude, right? Or like the minister of propaganda. He's like a deviant propagandist. Ooh, and he was born in Austria, Germany, bro, and he had all of his formative years. He was alive during Nazi times, and he lived until 1995. I wonder if he lost his Nazi ways while he was here in America doing America stuff for Operation Paperclip. Anyway, it's all so obvious anymore. I've been right. Nazis run everything. I know, right, dude? We either get Edward Bernays.
Dude, honestly, it fucking sucks being right all the time, you know? It's hard to stay humble when you're always so fucking right. Sorry, not sorry. We've been saying it. It's time for people to start listening. Sorry, it just is. But yeah, so the Saudi Arabia is set to host the 2034 FIFA World Cup, confirmed by FIFA after an uncontested bid, marking a significant moment as the second Asian nation to host since 2022. The nation is deepening its football ties with FIFA, recently securing a partnership to fund global infrastructure, while its national team, the Green Falcons, has a strong World Cup history, aiming to build on recent successes as they prepare for the 2026 and beyond. Oh, wait, yeah. Netflix deal to buy Verizon Bros could be a problem because of size of market share, Trump says. President Donald Trump said Sunday that a deal struck by Netflix. This was yesterday. He said this shit yesterday. And then his best friend, Larry Ellison's son, makes a fucking different bid with his son-in-law? Come on, dude. Is this not what happened to conflict of interest? Nothing matters, dude. We're post rules. This is why everyone should stop paying their taxes, stop going to work, stop fucking doing everything. These people are goofball clowns. This is a goof. Anyway. Said Sunday that a deal struck by Netflix to buy Warner Bros. Could be a problem because of the size of the combined market share. There's no question about it, Trump said, answering questions about the deal and various other topics as he walked the red carpet at the Kennedy Center honors. The Republican president said he will be involved in the decision about whether the federal government should approve the $72 billion deal if approved by regulators. The merger would put two of the world's biggest streaming services under the same ownership and join Warner's television and motion picture division, including DC Studios, with Netflix's vast library and its production arm. The deal, which could reshape the entertainment industry, has to go through a process, and we'll see what happens, Trump says. Netflix is a great company. They've done a phenomenal job. Ted is a fantastic man, he said of Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos, noting that they met in the Oval Office last week before the deal was announced. I have a lot of respect for him, but it's a lot of market share, so we'll have to see what happens. I love him, dude. It's so transparent. Whatever he's talking about. Yeah, look at this.
Paramount has just announced a hostile takeover bid for CNN's parent company, Warner Bros. Discovery. This news coming just days after the company announced a deal with Netflix.
CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter is gathering the details. What is this for our...
Like, dude, I know, guys, this is just the media and blah, blah, blah. We're supposed to ignore it. But thinking about the NPCs, like, this is not good, right? This is, I mean, it's just objectively bad. There will never be a good movie ever again. They're all dead. That sucks, dude. Movies are the best art form. Sorry, they are. They can be when they're not being cucked. Dude, film is the best art form. I don't care what anyone says. It's beautiful. And these fucking assholes are ruining it. I mean, they have been. God, I yearn for like 10 years of unobstructed fucking film creativity by actual artisans, actual auteurs. Free the production libraries. Let people rent cameras and go and film with their friends. Please. Oh my God. That would be incredible. 10 years of unfettered fucking access to... Does unfettered mean unfucked with? Access to camera and editing bays and let people learn. Dude, it would be so fucking rad, right? Oh. Yeah, I yearn for 2000 movies. I yearn for any low budget movie. Anytime that an actual artist was allowed to make something and not get fucking interfered with. Or at least tried their best, you know? Movies don't even have to be perfect. They're fun. We are storytellers. It's like one of the best ways, I think, to preserve history, our stories, because it mixes like painting and music with motion and choreography and cinematography and art, you know, like color mixology. It's fucking beautiful. And these lizards are ruining it with CGI and like having everything in 12K, dude. Like, oh my God. Only letting Zionists make art. The only people that are allowed to make movies right now are bored fucking housewives of like finance bros. And like, you know, wives of PE, like private equity partners. That's it. Yeah, film is moving collage, dude. So, dude, it goes back to I just feel like the biggest travesty of all of this is the wasted potential of everyone. Like, dude, everyone's a fucking artist. You're a literal artist of something. And they got us fucking working at 7-Eleven. They got us having credit scores. What are you talking about? Food grows for free on trees. What are we doing? I swear to God, I was not put here to work 40 hours a week and only have 2 days off out of 7. I feel like I know that in my core. Like, that isn't the purpose. Yeah, artisans. Craftsmen. And craftswomen. Come on, guys. Let's hear it for the ladies. Let's let some ladies direct. I wonder what the female gaze looks like. I've never seen a female-directed movie. Yeah, we're here to shake it up. I'm serious, though. People could fucking film shit on their phones, and I would watch it. You know, like Petey? Like, Petey does those skits where he plays every character. He could literally make a 30-minute version of that, and I would watch it.
Viewers who may not understand exactly what this means, tell us about it, Brian.
This all comes down to how much Warner Bros. Discovery is worth, how much it's valued by shareholders. This time last year, the stock was hovering around $10 a share. It had been beaten down by shareholders.
What is a hostile takeover? Like, how is this a hostile takeover? Isn't that where you steal a company? Hostile takeover is when an acquiring company buys a controlling stake over 50% in a target company against the wishes of the target's management, often by going directly to shareholders. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. He's offering the shareholders like $7 more per share or some shit. So he's like, hey, if you shareholders want this, I'll fucking give you way more money. Which I'm sure Peter Thiel owns most of the shares, probably, right? The CIA does for sure. Or at least Blackwater. Yeah, everything is made by people with money, so we haven't seen real art in ages. Exactly, bro. I know.
For a couple of years, but now WBD is up near $30 a share, and that's how much Paramount is offering for the entire company, including CNN. This is an attempt to go over the top and to defeat Netflix, which has offered to pay.
Well, they also cover this because America is just a business. But yeah, I mean, it's just another big thing to talk about besides whatever Peter Thiel's doing.
$27 and change per share for just Warner Bros. And HBO, for just the movie studio and the streaming service part of the house. Paramount is basically saying that it is making a superior all-cash offer and going directly to shareholders in what's known as a hostile takeover bid.
How do they get $100 billion in cash, dude? They just bought Skydance. Where they get all? Oh yeah, Saudi Arabia.
And letting investors decide what to do with the future of the company. Here's Paramount CEO David Ellison speaking about it this morning.
We're sitting on Wall Street where cash is still king. We are offering shareholders $17.6 billion.
What is up with the baggy eyes? I don't think him and his dad are going to live forever if they're already this tired.
And
David, I think you might need to get a little Botox. Get a little plastic in that face.
Dollars more cash than the deal they currently have signed up with Netflix. And we believe when they see what is currently in our offer, that that's what they'll vote for.
So it's a corporate tug of war, financial back and forth. This is going to go on for a while. Netflix and WBD have a contract, they have a deal, and they're staying the course moving forward. Now, President Trump is an X factor here. Will he direct the Justice Department to slow down Netflix's pursuit of Warner Brothers? Will he try to tip the scales in some way? Well, notably, last night, Trump was keeping his options open. He expressed some skepticism about Netflix's deal, but he also praised co-CEO Ted Sarandos. Here's what Trump said.
Well, that's got to go through a process, and we'll see what happens. Netflix is a great company, and they've done a phenomenal job.
He goes, "Yeah, you ever hear Netflix and chill? Huh?" He goes, "Me and Melania, we haven't done a Netflix and chill in about since how old is Barron? How old is Barron?"
Ted is a fantastic man. I have a lot of respect for him. But
I've sucked his dick.
It's a lot of market share, so we'll have to see what happens.
Now, Netflix has been courting President Trump in recent weeks, and so has Paramount CEO David Ellison. A lot of this comes down to the relationships that the president has with these media moguls and what...
How is that, like... That feels like not the thing. Like, these companies just get to go and, like, bribe the president?
Direction these moguls want to take the company. Notably, though, this morning, Trump blasted Paramount and blasted David Ellison in a Truth Social post. Apparently, the president was very upset with 60 Minutes last night, and he said in all caps, they're no better than the old ownership. Since they bought it, 60 Minutes has actually gotten worse. So President Trump not happy with either of his options seemingly this morning. But more importantly, more notably, a hostile bid now for WBD. We don't know who will end up owning CNN and the rest of the company.
Wait, CNN is part of Warner Brothers? Oh, yeah. CNN is part of Warner Brothers. So Warner Brothers is now going to be wrapped under the Zionist Paramount fucking flag. You know? Like, ABC News is... ABC is also under the same parent company. Like, it's a joke. Like, they're all the same company, and they're all going to get replaced with Zionists. Barry Weiss just did that at ABC News. Or NBC? Which one is fucking Paramount? I forget. I think NBC. Yeah. Right?
Drama continues.
Yep, it certainly does.
Yeah. All right, Brian Stelter, thank you so much.
Now, a bombshell announcement that happened this morning, and it will impact the entire media and entertainment industry. Paramount launched a hostile takeover bid for...
Like, dude, these people all look like fucking creatures from the Black Lagoon, right? Like, they're all so exaggerated their faces are all so fake. Like, how do people take this shit seriously? How do people watch this all day and they're like, yeah, this is probably true?
All of Warner Brothers Discovery after an $82 billion deal with Netflix was announced on Friday.
Netflix and chill.
When you put number 1 and number 3 together, you are handing Netflix unprecedented market
Why does he look so tired and dead?
power, which is anti-competitive in every single metric you can measure. And we think
this guy's a pilot. Do you think he would lie about the flat Earth or the way that jet turbines use sky electricity to fly?
I think that is bad. Again, that's bad for the consumer. It's bad for the creative community. This deal, if it is allowed to move forward, will actually...
He also has that fucking meth zombie stare that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Alex Krapp all have.
...be the death of the theatrical movie business in Hollywood. We're sitting here today trying to save it.
And I should note, Warner Brothers Discovery
dude, why do you need to own all of these companies at the same time? Why? I'm so confused. Why? What's the rush, man? Why don't you make the thing you just bought work first?
CNN's parent company. Joining me now is Bill Cohan, founding partner of Puck and veteran business writer. Thank you so much for being here, Bill. So you just heard David Ellison. I'm sure you watched the entire interview this morning. What he's saying is that they're going...
I just keep hearing nays.
Directly to the shareholders of Warner Brothers Discovery. Walk us through first how that works.
Yeah, the FCC or something has to approve this. But, dude, they've approved everything. They haven't said no to anything. They'll approve this, for sure. Trump's guy's got to be in there. Who runs the FCC? Some podcaster? Some alt-right podcaster?
Well, they tried to reach a deal with the Warner Brothers Discovery Board late last week. And as you were saying, Dana, that was not successful because the Warner Brothers Board decided Netflix. And the Ellisons, who control Paramount Skydance, believe that their offer was superior to the Netflix offer. And they feel like they got short shrift. And so their choice was at that point to either, pack up their bags and go home, or to do what they're doing, which is to, quote unquote, bring their offer directly to Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders, which is Wall Street argot for going hostile. Mm-hmm. And we haven't seen anything quite like this in maybe 25 years on Wall Street, not since Pfizer tried to jump
How do shareholders vote on this shit? Do they have to call a hotline or something? Is it just an email that they vote on? It's like a quiz. It's like a BuzzFeed quiz.
A deal that Warner Lambert had struck with American Home Products. So this is kind of big news.
Yeah, it's an understatement for sure, Bill. So given that and knowing that you know your stuff when it comes to this kind of thing, what do you think the chances are that Paramount's appeal to shareholders, the hostile takeover, will actually succeed?
Hi. It's all for money. They don't give a fuck about film. They don't give a fuck about doing anything other than money. What?
Be up to the Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders,
They're
of course.
lizards.
I mean, $30 a share in cash is what Paramount Skydance is offering versus $27.75 a share in cash and Netflix stock, plus, Dana, the value of the what will possibly be spun off, a business that includes CNN, which some Wall Street analysts value at $5 a share and others at $1 a share. So it might just come down to, believe it or not, the value of the linear TV assets of which CNN will be spun off into, and what that value is. That might be what what shareholders have to decide here.
It's ironic, given the fact that the whole play here is about what they call sort of the future of media if it comes down to linear TV. And David Ellison, I watched that whole interview as well, was saying that the broadcast part of it is actually still very, very viable and is worth a lot more. So let's talk about where I am in Washington. And it matters a lot what the government, I mean, once this all plays out between Netflix and Paramount, what the government decides. And I would venture to guess, and it's probably not that much of a reach, that what happens with Netflix and Paramount, who gets it, is very much about what President Trump may want to do here. Now, when Netflix announced this,
I wonder, guys, is Donald Trump going to want to go with his son-in-law? I wonder. Fucking idiots. They're bad at even playing pretend on this shit.
Friday, we did hear a lot of pushback in Hollywood, particularly from the creative community. And President Trump was asked about the Netflix deal. Just listen to what he had to say about that. This is last night.
Well, that's got to go through a process, and we'll see what happens. Netflix is a great company, and they've done a phenomenal job. Ted is a fantastic man. I have a lot of respect for him, but it's a lot of market share.
Oh, I just realized too, in those big ass tanks that they're like, oh, look at these giant rectangular tanks where the fuel goes. Where are these fucking ballasts that supposedly hold the fuel from sloshing around? They're still huge. They're like 10 feet across, like 4 feet deep. That's thousands of gallons of fuel just going. Bleh. Dude, those fuel assholes are such liars.
So we'll have to see what happens.
A lot of market share. That sounds like, let's just hold off here for 1 second. Now, before I bring you in, Bill, I want to play what David Ellison said this morning about.
Yeah, Zane, I think prop planes and small planes do work by like just pushing through the air. But I think those big ass fucking commercial airlines with the jet turbines, sky electricity.
The conversations that he and his father, Larry Ellison, have had with President Trump.
Do you sense that he is in your corner here?
What I would say is I'm incredibly grateful for the relationship.
Wait, Zane, you can't smoke weed and have a pilot? Like, they drug test all pilots, even small plane pilots? Or, like, just during the lessons?
That I have with the president, and I also believe he believes in competition.
Your take.
Well, Dana, first of all, I mean, we use this word unprecedented way too much, but it really is unprecedented for the President of the United States to put his thumb on the scales of a Wall Street M&A deal. And that's what he's clearly doing. That's what he says he's going to do. He's already, as you know, he's courted the Ellisons, and the Ellisons have courted him, and now Ted Sarandos, the co-CEO of Netflix, has courted Trump and tried to get on his good side. This just never happens until Trump. I mean, Trump likes to get himself involved in these things. It's completely inappropriate, but that's the realpolitik of the situation. Who has the better deal with Trump, a better relationship with Trump? We're just going to have to wait and see. The first thing, though, that has to happen is that the shareholders of Warner Bros. Discovery have to decide which deal they favor. At the moment, the board has chosen Netflix. They've rejected Paramount, and that's why Paramount has brought this deal directly to the Warner Bros. Discovery shareholders. If they prevail...
But anyway, so it's going to be bad, dude. Everything sucks. We can't have anything nice. But yeah, so the Saudis, they have deep ties in Formula One through hosting the popular Saudi Arabian GP in Jeddah. Soon sponsorship at Aramco, F1's global partner, and Aston Martin sponsorship. Ownership stakes, public investment fund in Aston Martin, and significant investment in sports to boost global profile. Dude, is Saudi Arabia just like the bank for this occult satanic group? You know what I mean? Like, because the CIA fucks with Saudi Arabia hard. Like, they're installed by the CIA, right? They were put in power by a coup or something, right? George Bush was friends with them, right? The Bush family were friends with the fucking Bin Ladens. Like, so think about it. They turn everyone to oil. They get rid of fucking all the free energy, all the ether, all the turbines sucking energy, and they turn everyone to gas in the last like 100 years or whatever. So they set up the biggest fucking gas field, Saudi Arabia, and they get their babies in there, you know. They get their family or whatever, their occult lizards in there. They're the bank. And they just funnel all of our cash using the airlines, saying how much fuel and shit, just funneling fucking cash to them. Making all of us use their gasoline. That's what the fucking prohibition shit was about, right? It wasn't about people drinking alcohol. It was about people using alcohol as fuel for their cars. So we use all their gas, so they get all this money, and then it's like essentially like a black fund. What's it called? Black money. Saudi Arabia is essentially like the dark money of the occult group. Now they're literally like doing a media coup, buying all the media, consolidating it for the CIA, you know, that group. CIA interchangeable with all of it, right? Freemasonry. Oh, and washing the cash, not just funneling it, yeah. So yeah, and then they use Saudi Arabia to do like sneak through, you know, fake 9/11 people. They do a bunch of the Saudis be doing their own genocides over there. They're just another puppet state, right? Now they're buying all of the media. Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, the backer of rival LIV Golf, has been in prolonged, complex negotiations with the PGA Tour to merge their operations. Okay. Saudi Arabia, led by Turkey Al-Aqsa, has become a major force in combat sports, forging deep partnerships with the UFC through Riyadh season sponsorship. Saudi-backed boxing league with UFC president Dana White and TKO Group to expand MMA boxing globally, reflecting Saudi Vision 2030's goal to be an entertainment hub. WWE has a major ongoing partnership with Saudi Arabia, hosting several major events annually like Crown Jewel, King and Queen of the Ring as part of the country's Vision 2030, culminating in the historic announcement that the WrestleMania 43 will be held in Riyadh in 2027, the first WrestleMania ever outside North America. Oh, the Riyadh Comedy Festival. I mean, like, come on, dude. What the fuck is going on? Fuck Saudi Arabia. I need to say that while we still can. Very soon we won't be able to. This builds on a long-term deal started in 2018, bringing big events like the Royal Rumble 2026 and Night of Champions 2025 to the kingdom, featuring major matches and significant revenue for WWE. Saudi Arabia is making efforts to bring the NFL to the country with plans to host a flag football tournament featuring Tom Brady in March 2026 as a first step, and officials expressing a desire to host an official NFL game in the future. It's not yet part of NFL's international marketing program. It is using its financial power to build relationships and test the market for American football, including media rights deals for broadcasts. Saudi Arabia's relationship with the NBA is multifaceted, involving both potential investment in existing teams and the funding of a new rival league. The Saudi Public Investment Fund has been linked to plans for a separate $5 billion global basketball league aiming to compete with the NBA. In parallel, the NBA has shown openness to Gulf sovereign wealth funds, including Saudi Arabia's taking minority stakes in its franchises. Yeah, they own some of the teams. Oh yeah, here's Edward Bernays. He was Austrian-American cuck. Bro, this guy almost lived 100 years and he was a fucking Nazi. He was a pioneer in the field of public relations and propaganda, referred to his obituary as the father of public relations. The father of propaganda. And this is the grandson of him owns Netflix. He fucked with Sigmund Freud, little Nazi boy. He sold tobacco to us. I mean, this guy's just a gem, right? He worked for United Fruit and in Guatemala. Like, these guys, they gotta quit. All right, speaking of meth-fueled Nazism. Bro, is it freaking just me, or are you guys all sick of being controlled by a bunch of meth Nazis who are running our government and running tech? Let's call this piece high tech, because all of them are high as fuck on speed of some sort. Maybe crystal meth, maybe super amounts of Adderall, maybe literal meth. Yeah, meth. I'm gonna go get a booch. Probably meth, honestly. Like, you don't get this sweaty without doing a ton of meth, right? Okay, so Peter Thiel's the first stop on our list. Let's revisit this interview with him and Piers Morgan. Let's see this sweaty Eddie try and get through a sentence.
And to those who think this shooter is a hero because he did it because he said this healthcare executive was presiding over a healthcare system which kills thousands of Americans by denying them cover, what would you say to them?
It's like Tina.
It's. I don't know what to say. I think. I still think you should try to make an argument, and I think this is you should, there may be things wrong with our healthcare system, but you have to make an argument, and you have to try to find a way to convince people and change it by that. And this is not going to work.
What the dude? This is a person who is literally in charge of Palantir, okay? Palantir, they're literally hunting you to try and look for what they would call deviants or whatever, so they can put you in Guantanamo one of these days, okay? This is the guy in charge of that. Him and his little business partner, this cuck. Dude, he was on a New York Times panel. I implore you to watch this whole thing. Here's a little clip, but again, this man is riding high on the slopes, okay? And then, get this, Palantir then made a joke about it because it's obvious that he's high on coke. And this is what I would do, is when you're a meth Nazi, you don't go, I'm not a meth Nazi. You go, yeah, haha, I'm a meth Nazi. Oh, and also I'm just neurodivergent. Please stop making fun of me. But I don't know, this doesn't seem like neurodivergency. It seems more like riding the slopes.
A lot of decisions when we began talking, annoying each other 10 years ago. Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago.
Annoying me for sure.
Or more. When I made this, every decision Palantir made, FDA's, going public, building products, enterprise, large data sets, going to government, acknowledging American superiority, being pro-meritocracy, launching an AI platform, calling into question that AI models would actually be able to perform without orchestration. Every single one, every single ontology, every single one of those was viewed as stupid.
Come on. Stay on topic, stay on one theme, okay? He can't do it. Watch that whole interview. It's fucking hilarious, dude. Okay, then, we got the other meth Nazi, Elon. I could heal Peter's root chakra. Get him, Alev. Okay, check him out. This man's in charge of half of the GDP. Yeah, neurodivergency and substance abuse do go hand in hand, so I think he's admitting it by proxy. America.
Like, there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, The left wanted to make
faces of meth. That would have been a great title for tonight too. None of them can speak. I love it, dude. It's just the meth talk. The meth's in charge, boys.
illegal, you can't make fun of anything. So
I posted this on TikTok and it immediately got removed.
It was like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy.
I don't get strikes anymore though. They just take my videos down. It's kind of dope.
Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And you've chosen to say you're sitting here in a MAGA hat. What's it?
How
did that happen?
MAGA.
What was the moment?
It's like, dark Gothic MAGA.
That's a good Gothic MAGA.
Yeah. I am become meme.
Okay, so this guy is putting... I want everyone to realize that wasn't me. That was Elon. That sound... That was him. I wasn't making fun of him. Oh, shit. I hit the space bar. Chips into people's brains in fucking Abu Dhabi and possibly Hawaii right now. Probably criminals or prisoners putting a fucking chip in their brain. And when they did this to monkeys, they killed all 3,000 of them with infections. Yeah, these glasses are to hide his pupils for sure. And stuff, because they just drill a hole in their head and then stick electrodes into their brain willy-nilly, and then pus comes out and their brains swell and they die. That's what happened to the monkeys anyway. Sorry, Ray, talking about the monkeys again. Or wait, is it Fairy? I forget. Who hates when I talk about the monkeys? Good thing monkeys and people not very similar, and they had a little success. Actually, nope, that's not true. Neuralink has had 0 success with any of their tests so far. So this meth Nazi's in charge of putting chips into your brain. Can you imagine what he's going to try and make your brain think when he does that? I can't. I can barely imagine. Okay, we watched that. And then here, let's just stop one more time on the New York Times interview where Peter Thiel said that he doesn't know if humanity should exist, okay?
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well, having the in a world of pure imagination, the Willy Wonka song playing in the background is hilarious.
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
You would prefer.
Hey guys, I'm just saying, it kind of reminds me a little bit of this, okay? Tell me if you agree. Yeah, we do meth. We're from Germany. You guys know that Peter Thiel's from Frankfurt, Germany, right? I bet Alex Krapp is too. Elon Musk, he's from South Africa, where the other Nazis went. So it's very interesting that it's just a mirror. It's a reflection of the 1930s and 40s, boys. Here we are. Don't worry, it's not just the tech billionaires. It's also the FBI. Anyway, guys, have a good fucking day, okay? I hope you have a swell day. I hope that humanity thrives and survives. Unlike Peter Thiel, I can say that with my whole chest. And I hope that the FBI collapses into a pit where Kash Patel and Charlie Kirk are hanging out eating chicken tendies. All I'm saying is that the apple doesn't fall very far from the clone tree, okay? That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm just going to say the apple doesn't fall too far from the cloner tree, okay? Peter's dad. Well, that's where he got his DNA from, in my opinion. Bye. Bro, is it freaking just me? I made that in OBS today. I used to make these way more. I'm trying to do more of this stuff, where I pull stuff up on the computer. What other video? Oh, and I started chopping up the Kathy Sanders bit from last night's video, and I was gonna add some of the stuff that I was talking about in it. I just started putting it together. So maybe I'll be able to post it tomorrow. But yeah, dude, I think Kathy Sanders be a decoy. I think she's fucking with us, bro. Anyway.
You would prefer the human race to endure.
The genius behind the American oligarchy. I want to see this for a minute.
Right?
If it sucks, we'll turn it off.
You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know.
Enemy of the show, Peter Thiel.
This is Peter Thiel.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should the
this.
human race survive?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
But
He's been a major player in Silicon Valley for a long, long time.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things, from social networks to rocket ships.
You might know him as the
Aunt Deb confirmed Kathy Sanders is a paid op. She fucks Paul Weisopel, so we know for a fact this is true. This is the pillow talk that Aunt Deb is here for. She shares the pillow talk.
Billionaire who co-founded PayPal and Palantir. As Facebook's first outside investor, the guy who funds out their projects like floating countries, private space travel, and the quest for immortality.
Oh, Peppa, don't use the F word.
Peter Thiel rejects the idea that death is inevitable. He wants to transform humanity.
Transhumanism was this radical transformation where...
Is it a compliment to be called a honeypot? Probably.
Your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body.
But he also wants to change something else. For decades,
Your
Thiel has
brain.
schemed from the shadows to reshape American politics.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up.
Oh no, Moon Henry's saying the Earth's gonna freeze over on 12/19. Is that a stream night? What day is that? Moon Henry's saying it. Who are all the people saying it? Because we got to mark their names. Every time a new story comes out, we got to see how fast and how coordinated all these people are. I mean, it does feel like an agenda always being pushed, right? Peter Thiel looks like if Gumby came to life as a gay, nothing wrong with it, white person who drinks WD-40. It's okay to say gay. Like, you're saying it as he's actually gay, yeah. I do like, if he came to life as a gay, nothing wrong with it, white person. I'm going to start saying that in the future anytime I say gay, just to be clear. Taylor Swift and her gay, nothing wrong with it, boyfriend Travis Kelce, her gay fiance.
And vote for Donald Trump.
He bankrolled Trump's first campaign.
Like, you can be like, Trump is super gay, because he is, dude. He's very gay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. We love that he's gay. I just want him to accept himself. I want him to live in his truth, finally. Can you imagine, dude, how happy Trump would be if he'd be like, okay, guys, I've been gay the whole time. Please let me host a drag race spinoff. That's all I want to do. I don't want to be in the White House. This place sucks. It smells weird. I want to be back at Trump Tower, and I want to host my show from there. Gay Trump drag race. Gay Trump's drag race. Dude, that would be so fun. But yeah, dude, I hope winter is coming. I hope they're right, honestly. I hope the CIA fucking freezes us over. Snow day. We haven't had a snow day in a long time. Ice Age permanent snow day? Don't promise me a good time. Don't threaten a good time with me. I'll take you up on it.
Turbocharged J.D. Vance's career. Thiel openly questions the democratic system, and he's declared that to him, freedom is incompatible with
Yeah, Trump is so jealous of Pete Buttigieg being completely openly gay.
Democracy. His vision of an ideal society.
And yeah, the self-hate they feel for being gay is what makes them all so malignant. It's okay to be gay, guys. Come on. Come on, Trump. Please. Let me live in the world where Trump comes out.
He's like, me and Roy Cohn, we used to suck each other's dicks daily, brothers. He says, you got a pretty face, I'd kiss you on the mouth. Not in a gay way. I would suck Bubba's dick in a gay way.
Sounds more like an oligarchy, a country ruled by a few powerful rich people, or even just one. Today, his influence is rapidly expanding across the world. From the beginning of his career, he's been building tools to rewire how power works. Palantir, his brainchild, enables intelligence agencies and militaries to anticipate their enemy's next move before it's made. Maybe even your next move, too. None of this happened by accident. Peter Thiel plays the long game. He's patiently planned his moves for decades, always several steps ahead.
Yeah.
So what does Peter Thiel actually want? What's his problem with democracy? And is there an end game?
Burn.
This video is largely based on the research collected in The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power by Max Chafkin. You'll find a link in the description. New York City, 2010. A TV show has set up a night for Peter Thiel to meet Garry Kasparov, one of the greatest chess players of all time. Thiel and Kasparov have met before and get along well. They like chatting about politics, technology, and of course, chess. Peter Thiel's a die-hard chess fan. In fact, he's a national chess master. He's admired the Grandmaster Kasparov since he was a teenager. And the respect is mutual. Kasparov admires Thiel's intelligence and business sense.
He's one of the probably most successful entrepreneurs of his generation. He's very aggressively investing. He looks for the future.
Thiel's legendary status in business is hard to overstate. His companies have created technologies that have changed the course of the modern world, and his influence helped define tech, an industry that has produced millions of jobs and trillions of dollars of wealth. That night, Kasparov and Thiel hit up a chess club. Thiel plays a game of speed chess with the owner and wins.
I'm totally embarrassed.
Yes. I'm embarrassed as well.
Kasparov suggests his chess skills are probably why Thiel's such a successful businessman, and why he tends to hire chess players for his companies.
You know, that's why he's hiring chess players, you know. Peter just told me the story that when they had the IPO for PayPal. So he did a sign-off for 10 employees of PayPal.
And sure, Thiel is probably onto something. Chess skills transfer well into the world of business. It's a game of strategy, where it pays off to think several moves ahead. Skills that don't hurt in politics either. Sometime after this evening, Kasparov and Thiel drift apart. Maybe the two don't have that much in common after all. It's not just that the Russian Kasparov is a way better chess player. He's also one of the world's most prominent pro-democracy activists. He's a major thorn in Putin's side, tirelessly campaigning for a freer Russia.
So I'm fighting to restore democracy in my country. Trump's potential victory could threaten not only democracy in this country, but democracy worldwide.
And Peter Thiel? Well, kind of the opposite trajectory. Critics warn he's emerging as a major threat to American democracy.
Yeah. JD Vance is the vice president, bro, because of Peter Thiel.
Billionaires like Thiel reshaping politics is terrifying. Connecting to airport Wi-Fi ranks way lower on the scale. But having your data floating around unprotected online is a threat you can actually do something about. This is where today's sponsor NordVPN comes in. NordVPN encrypts your internet traffic so your personal data stays private. With the shopping season in full swing, think twice before clicking that deal that looks too good to be true. It can happen to anyone. Regular VPNs don't always protect you against fake web stores. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro helps you avoid malware, hackers, and trackers even when you're not connected to a VPN. It's a certified, and again, at the time it's a Talmud. The link in the description. Wait, did you actually just scan that QR code? Peter Thiel is around 8 years old when his family arrives in Swakopmund, a former German colony on Namibia's coast. He moved here with his parents and brother after some years in Ohio. During the 1970s, the city is occupied by apartheid South Africa. At the time, it's a town clinging
They loved Hitler.
To its German roots, where Hitler's birthday is still celebrated and the Nazi salute is a casual greeting for some. Peter's father, Klaus, takes an engineering job at a uranium mine just outside town. The mine is controversial and shrouded
Working for Israel nonetheless. Isn't that so fucking weird?
in secrecy. According to international law, South Africa isn't allowed to mine here, but they go ahead anyway. Extracting Namibia's uranium is part of South Africa's nuclear weapons program. The regime is secretly developing bombs.
No, it was for Israel.
To defend against a possible Soviet attack and to protect the apartheid way of life. According to a former British activist group, black laborers have worked at the mine under dangerous conditions. Meanwhile, white families like the Thiels enjoy a privileged life. Brand new medical facilities, country club memberships, kids in private school. Young Peter is reportedly first put in a whites-only school in Johannesburg, then in a German-language school in Swakopmund, where the curriculum pushes a Christian nationalist worldview and even paints white South Africans as the real victims of the region. This is where Peter Thiel spends formative years. It's a world where his family benefits from a white supremacist regime, where his father actively advances its military interests. A world where the founding belief is that some people are meant to rule, and the majority must serve.
That's literally what Peter Thiel thinks.
When Peter's 10,
he's talking about slavery. Crazy, right? That was a crunchy one.
His family returned to the US.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta stop doing that.
Peter's developing into a classic nerd. He loves sci-fi and fantasy, especially Lord of the Rings. He's top of the class and becomes one of the country's top chess players under the age of 13.
I don't know why that one was so funny. I'm sorry.
It's not cool to be a nerd in the 70s and 80s, so Peter is reportedly bullied on the regular. But he knows he's smart and going places. His chessboard has a sticker that says "Born to Win." Peter wants the best for himself, so he studies hard to get into the top university. At the time, Stanford is ranked #1 in the US. When he makes it there in 1985, Stanford's a huge letdown. Peter expects fellow overachievers, but finds a party scene instead. He'd rather hit the books than the bong, and he's once again teased for being a nerd. According to the author Max Chafkin, many of the students he perceived as bullies also identify as liberals, a connection that reportedly sticks with him. We in fact asked Thiel ourselves, but didn't get a response. Peter developed into a Reagan-supporting conservative. The campus itself feels far too left-wing for him. Anti-Reagan and anti-apartheid protests are prominent, and Peter starts to clash with demonstrators. In The Contrarian, Chafkin describes how classmates recall at least one instance where Peter defended apartheid as economically sound, an allegation that Thiel has since denied. At the time, some defenders of apartheid drew on libertarian arguments. Libertarians believe the best society maximizes personal and economic freedom while minimizing government control. They see free, unregulated markets as the best way to allocate resources and drive innovation. More radical libertarians value property rights and free markets above basically anything else. Critics say this leaves little room for values like social justice, which are cast as secondary or even incompatible with the libertarian definition of freedom. From that perspective, apartheid could be rationalized. South Africa's systematic denial of civil rights was simply the price to pay for its higher level of wealth than neighboring countries. By Peter's sophomore year, he's known on campus as a hardcore libertarian. And though the 80s see students increasingly advocate for race and gender equality, Stanford is not an entirely liberal institution. It has a fair share of other conservative and libertarian students and faculty members during Peter's time there. Still, Chafkin describes Peter feeling like he's in the minority, and that the dominant campus culture is hostile to people like him. So he does what he'll keep doing throughout his life. He builds a network of like-minded men, the beginnings of a network that will support him throughout his career, what will later be known as the so-called PayPal Mafia. With 11 other conservative men, Peter launches a campus newspaper. The Stanford Review aims to stir things up. It regularly criticizes campus culture from a conservative perspective, with a famously biting style. Throughout Peter's time at Stanford, a few pieces especially stirred the pot. Chafkin found a few examples in the Stanford archives that he wasn't allowed to reproduce. One columnist claimed that gay men engage in unnatural sex. Another complained when Stanford considered adding non-white authors to the Western culture course, arguing it signaled the decline of the West. One whole issue was devoted to passionately defending a student accused of statutory rape, who was later found guilty. Peter's not just looking to provoke. He wants money, power, and influence. And as its founding editor-in-chief, the Stanford Review launches him into the public intellectual he's known as today. The paper captures the attention of high-profile conservatives, and a bit later, Peter gets a book deal. The Diversity Myth is co-authored with David Sachs, the student who wrote in defense of an accused rapist in the Stanford Review. Nowadays, Sachs is also an influential figure on the American right. He currently serves the Trump administration as the White House's AI and crypto czar. The book argues that universities are dangerous breeding grounds for left-wing intellectual conformity, that nowadays real racism barely exists in America, and that diversity initiatives pose a threat to Western culture. Sachs and Thiel have since apologized for some of the more controversial parts of the book, but these are the same anti-woke sentiments that are winning elections today.
You know, I ended woke. Totally. Everything woke turns to shit. Our country will be woke no longer.
Though Peter has plenty of gripes about Stanford, he stays on and graduates from its law school in 1992. He moves to New York to begin his legal career. Only aiming for the best, his goal is to clerk for the Supreme Court. He's got top grades, his own influential paper, and connections to the right people. But it's not enough.
I got interviews with 2 justices. They normally interview 8 people and select 4 as clerks, and I missed it with both.
Oh yeah, South Africa's asking for the Nazis to come back. They're like, please, Nazis, come back. Do apartheid again. It was better. Oh, you don't say. Is South Africa having problems after the Nazis ravaged the entire country? We gotta bring the everybody's like, please bring the Nazis back. Peter Thiel's family. Let them do emerald mines. Let them do uranium mines. We missed that. It was better then. That's goofy.
Both, and
they're like, please, white people, come back.
It felt like it was the absolute end of the world.
Peter's not used to setbacks. He plunges into what he later described as a quarter-life crisis and briefly moves back in with his parents. But back on the West Coast, Peter proves he has a knack for turning losses into big wins. It's 1996. The tech industry is booming. Silicon Valley is a place with endless possibilities, loads of investor money, and above all, unclear rules. Peter wants in. Sure, he can't really...
They're also ugly, too. That's the best part. We're getting goofed by a bunch of ugly nerds, bro. They can't even glow up.
He can hand that off on someone else. Peter studies up on hedge fund management, raises some capital, and reinvents himself as an investor. At the same time, he continues publishing anti-woke columns.
Clementines are good, but so fibery. I gotta pick strings off. Nah, I eat that shit.
One that claims Indigenous Peoples Day is anti-Western winds up in the Wall Street Journal. By chance, Peter meets the brilliant young cryptographer Max Levchin. Max is obsessed with Palm Pilots, clunky little handheld computers. At the time, they're barely more than a calendar with an internet connection. Not all investors would listen to a 20-something jabber away about Palm Pilots. But Peter's not a typical investor. Max believes Palm Pilots will have way more potential if they can be linked to businesses. If personal devices were linked to a business's infrastructure, a whole new world of users would open up, like connecting an individual directly with a bank. All someone needs to figure out is how to build an encrypted network that can securely link a handheld device with a corporate system, and Max believes he can do it. He is way ahead of his time, and Peter sees the potential immediately. He offers Max a $250,000 investment the very next day. Peter will become known for these big bets on inexperienced...
Do you know the people of Congo are also like, please, please, King George. Wait, what was the king? What was that guy who used to cut everyone's hands off? That Dutch guy? King Philip? What was his fucking name? King Leopold. Everyone in the Congo's like, please, please, please send King Leopold's descendants back. Please. I'm sure whatever's going on in South Africa too is also has nothing to do with the CIA.
Founders.
Can you bring the guy who cut our hands off back? It was so, everything ran so much smoother then.
Bets that very often pay off. On the surface, PayPal looks just like another convenient way to pay. But in reality, it was built on a radically libertarian vision. Money moving freely, beyond government control. The same vision that would later drive the crypto movement. And just like crypto, that freedom quickly attracts the gray areas of the economy. PayPal's early growth comes from industries most banks
Yeah, the booch makes me a fighter.
avoided, like gambling and NSFW stuff. Good thing Peter's been nurturing his political connections. As Chefkin tells it, Thiel worked to keep his business alive by lobbying Congress to keep online gambling legal and to stop PayPal from being treated as a national bank. We also asked Peter Thiel directly about this, but didn't get a response either. E-commerce is exploding in popularity. There's high demand for a tool that can simplify online transaction. And Max and Peter aren't the only ones working on a solution. PayPal isn't even the only online payment startup in the same building. There's a very similar company on the same floor. It's called X.com, and its founder has a lot in common with Peter. Most notably, Elon Musk is also an enterprising immigrant with roots in South Africa. Like Peter, he also shows little regard for traditional rules of the banking industry. Playing by every rule only slows down growth. But for a while, they have no idea what each other's companies are for, until a PayPal employee finds a business plan for X.com in a dumpster. And then it becomes impossible to ignore each other. They become two of the biggest fish in the sea of online payments. PayPal's growing rapidly, but at the same time bleeding funds. Every new user gets a cash bonus, most transactions rack up fees, and servers are expensive. Worse, the anonymity that makes PayPal attractive also opens the door to credit card fraud, and PayPal would have to refund the victim's stolen money. Max Levchin responds by building an anti-fraud system called Igor, software that flags suspicious patterns and blocks scam transactions. All the while, user anonymity is still preserved. Igor successfully curbs fraud by half of what it was. The FBI takes interest in the technology and starts using the software to catch money launderers. Still, PayPal isn't profitable. Peter thinks he knows the answer. It has to become a monopoly. Eliminate competitors, dominate the market, and set the rules. As Peter often puts it,
competition is for losers. Competition is for losers.
Agneta, are you saying that Manhattan's going to get swallowed? What about Brooklyn? Someone mentioned lizards need moist, and there are talks about waves swallowing New York, or at least Manhattan. What the hell? Okay, GKT can fuck off. Mr. Bunny, if you want to fucking boot him.
Competition is for losers.
This strategy will come to define Peter Thiel's success. He'll outline it in the business best-selling book 0 to 1, and it will become a guiding principle in the tech.
GTK, what are your thoughts on Hitler? We love him, right?
Industry.
What I think everybody who is a founder or entrepreneur should aim to do is build a monopoly. And all the great companies...
Nick Fuentes is on Pierce Morgan. Dude, it's crazy that they're mainstreaming that little Nazi fuck. It's crazy. He's so deranged. He is fucking covered in demons.
That people have built are monopolies of one sort or another.
By 2000, the online payment space has grown more competitive, and PayPal is still operating at a loss. Elon suggests a merger, and Peter agrees. Uniting is their best chance for survival. According to The Contrarian, they clash from the start. Over the name, over the software. Elon becomes CEO because he's a bigger shareholder, but Peter allegedly can't stand his leadership. He's said to think Elon's a reckless egomaniac, and Elon is said to think Peter's a sociopath who only cares about money. Their battles stall the company's growth. So Thiel decides to end them. Elon goes on his honeymoon, leaving the CEO position undefended. And in an elegant, calculated move, Peter captures it. Levchin and others loyal to Thiel start voicing their gripes about Musk. They manage to convince enough board members to oust Musk and to...
Yeah, GTK, think wisely. Don't answer my question if you want to stay. Don't answer it. Come on. Show a little self-restraint. Come on, don't be a little fed. Uh-oh, how is it racist if it is facts? Fax machine. Cha-ching!
Insert Thiel as temporary CEO, a position he'll keep.
You're
it won't be
boring,
Thiel's
GTK.
last tactical takedown. As CEO of PayPal...
I'm black, by the way. Zing!
Peter Thiel is on a whole new playing field. In 2002, he secures a landmark deal. eBay acquires PayPal for $1.5 billion. Thiel becomes a multimillionaire at 35 years old, walking away with at least $55 million from the deal. Now he has the capital and credibility to pursue his wildest dreams. The day he signs the deal is the day he also steps down as CEO. PayPal was just a stepping stone. Now he's ready to move on to bigger and bolder projects, and to live the high life as a very rich person. He buys a silver Ferrari and fancy apartments. Now the formerly bullied kid is the life of the party. More and more people want to be in his orbit. Thiel's personal trajectory is skyrocketing. But the country is spiraling.
Bunny just Thanos snapped him.
Wake of 9/11, Americans also
I have a black friend.
Face a recession, an unpopular war, and widespread...
Yeah, I'm going out with waves. Fuck it. I'm not letting Peter Thiel tell me shit.
Spread trauma. Thiel is anxious too. He's increasingly concerned
Peter Thiel and his tsunami can literally suck my ass.
The threat of religious terrorism. He finds the Bush administration isn't tough enough on Islam. His politics seem to shift. At Stanford, he wrote fiery libertarian essays railing against government power. Now he's arguing the opposite, that the US must use extrajudicial methods to catch terrorists, as he put it, outside the checks and balances of representative democracy as described in high school textbooks. For Thiel, the trade-off is clear. The West must compromise. More security, less freedom. And he sees a business opportunity in it. What if Igor, the software Max Levchin built to catch fraudsters, could be retooled to catch terrorists? Wouldn't the CIA be interested? In 2003, Thiel gets a team to start working on it right away. They'll call the company Palantir. In The Lord of the Rings, a Palantir is a mythical stone that sees and communicates
Thiel's not allowed to suck my ass.
Across far distances. Sauron, the evil character who seeks to dominate Middle-earth, uses a Palantir to spy on enemies and conspire with allies.
The power of Isengard is at your command, Sauron, Lord of the Earth.
Basically, Thiel is offering Sauron's power to anyone who can afford it. Palantir's promise? Use network analysis to find unforeseen patterns in vast troves of data. This is especially interesting to US intelligence agencies who had collected information on Al-Qaeda conspirators but failed to see the connections till after the attack. In the early years, many users are disappointed with Palantir's service, but their timing is excellent with everyone terrified of another attack. And Thiel's chosen CEO is excellent at raising money. His name is Alex Karp. He's another former Stanford classmate. When Osama bin Laden is
all the friends, dude, all of our friends are here.
Captured and killed, rumors circulate that Palantir was used to find him. Public interest in the company skyrockets. Based on what's known today about Palantir's abilities at the time, any meaningful involvement is questionable. When media outlets ask Alex Karp about that rumor, he's careful not to confirm or deny involvement. He tends to dodge the question with a smile and imply that some connection is there.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
When you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
One media outlet isn't
don't
buying
even
the
look
hype.
at my butt,
A gossipy
Peter.
blog called Gawker. According to Max Chefkin, Gawker's Silicon Valley page reports no real link between Palantir and the bin Laden raid, and suggests the company spread the rumor just to boost sales. Valleywag is known for roasting the tech industry back when most news outlets tend to sing its praises. And a favorite target of Gawker's gossip and mockery is Peter Thiel. Thiel will take care of Gawker later.
Dude, every era of Peter Thiel, he's fucked, dude. What is it? He's chopped? See, that's what I was I was talking to Skitter's kid. I was like, dude, wait, is chopped mean like getting laid or something? Because people are also like, that's chopped. Like, someone help. But every era of Peter Thiel, he looks busted as fuck, dude. Little boy Peter Thiel, oh my god, he looks so fucking stupid. Young Peter Thiel in Harvard or Stanford, buffoon. Fucking investment days, Facebook days, currently, every version of Peter Thiel, he's fucking busted.
Beyond founding Palantir, Thiel spends the 2000s turning tech startups into giants.
I was the sort of the first angel investor in Facebook in summer of 2004. The business was already tracking quite well. They only needed money to buy more computers, so I think that was always sort of a promising sign.
In 2004, he becomes Facebook's first big investor. Thiel not only funds the company, but becomes Zuckerberg's mentor. Now Zuckerberg is one of the richest people alive, and Thiel's investment will net him about $400 million. Thiel doesn't stop there. Through his network, he backs Airbnb, Spotify, SpaceX, and later OpenAI. In 2007, Thiel seems to have spotted the financial crisis early. He bets against the US housing market. The gamble pays off. A 60% return in just 6 months. Banks will collapse and around 9 million Americans will lose their jobs. But for Thiel, it's cause for celebration. According to Chefkin, he flies his stuff to Maui with unlimited tabs for food, booze, massages, and surfing. We asked Peter Thiel if this is true, but he didn't answer. But Thiel's golden run doesn't last. After a string of bad investments and mass redemptions,
Zane's having flashbacks to Castlegate. Why is she so fucking...
his hedge fund suffers huge losses and all but collapses. By 2011, he will have lost nearly 2/3 of his clients' money. The crisis seems to make Thiel more cynical. In 2009, he writes that he still believes in libertarian principles, but no longer in democracy.
Oh yeah, cracked. Wait, what did I just say? Chopped. Am I mixing them up? What's chopped and what's cracked? Yeah, and what's cooked? Cracked means sex. Okay, I'm mixing it up in my head. That's why I was thinking it's two different things. I was adding chopped to it. Chopped is different. Chopped is like fucked. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm a boomer. It's okay, I got it. I'm an elder millennial. Leave me be. No, I think I'm a middle millennial. What's an elder millennial? What year would that be? Like early 80s? Is the whole 80s millennial? No.
See.
No, because 80s is some Gen X. Like 85 or something?
I no longer believe
80s, right? I don't remember. 81? Yeah.
that freedom and democracy are compatible, he declares. He argues that America has been in decline since the 1920s, when women gained the right to vote and when the Great Depression created mass unemployment. In his view, women and poor people are especially hostile to libertarian policies. Their ability to vote stands in the way of his ideal society. The essay makes waves. Gawker Media calls him a loopy libertarian, ridiculing him for wishing women couldn't vote. Thiel later clarifies it's not that he wants to take one class of voters' rights away. The problem is that Americans in general won't vote for libertarian policies. So, better to do away with democracy altogether? Meanwhile, Gawker Media gleefully reports Thiel's investment failures.
Oh my god.
They claim
I forgot he ruined Gawker, dude. Oh. Peter Thiel ruins everything. Gawker was so fun. I miss Gawker. Well, Gawker's back, but it's not the same.
he exaggerates his net worth and make fun of his hypocrisies. Gawker reported on a lot of important topics other media outlets wouldn't touch till much later, like the crimes of Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein. But they also posted a lot of arguably cruel gossip. In 2007, they outed Thiel's sexual orientation with a post titled, Peter Thiel
As if people didn't know that he's fucking gay.
is totally gay people. Peter Thiel's sexuality was an open secret at the time, but
that's really funny though. That article's hilarious.
He didn't seem to want it reported. His outing was clearly a violation of privacy. According to The Contrarian, Thiel sees Gawker's coverage as damaging to his business. And plenty of other people have grudges against the site. So Thiel quietly funds a team of lawyers to take up their cases. The decisive moment comes in 2012, when Gawker publishes a leaked sex tape of the wrestler Hulk Hogan. Hogan sues, and Thiel secretly bankrolls the fight with $10 million.
The stage is set for a major courtroom battle. Hulk Hogan, former professional wrestler turned reality star, is taking on media website Gawker.
Gawker is hit with just over $140 million in damages and files for bankruptcy in 2016. Gawker Media is no more, and Thiel is proud of his win, calling it the most philanthropic thing he's ever done. In an interview, he compares the journalists behind the company to terrorists. The world learned that it's dangerous to mess with Peter Thiel. Reporters Without Borders called his feat a serious...
It begs the question, what's their end game? Like, what's the goal with their BS? With the lizard cucks, with Peter Thiel... Like, so Peter Thiel is basically just like the front face for the CIA, I think, and like Freemason plans. So is Elon Musk. They have a bunch of people that just kind of act on behalf of the agency, right? So their goal is to shape culture, essentially, in order to control us. So people call it the New World Order, which is basically just turning the world that they already have dominated. It's like a paper domination. Now they want it to all be digital so they can control everything digitally. But they're essentially just, I think they're just trying to keep power forever. They've been fighting to, they took over control from, seems like a group that lived in garden cities instead of the cuckery that we have to deal with, because they were greedy and they didn't want to share with people. But yeah, so they use chaos and shit because they're trying to get everyone under control. I mean, they're doing what Albert Pike's letter said they're going to do. They're doing a global takeover to basically use us all as cattle and slaves. They want slaves. That's it. In a nutshell. They think that they're better than everyone. They shouldn't have to work, and that we should do everything for them. And they're Nazis. But yeah, they use chaos and everything to control us. They're smart like that. But because information moves so fast now, we can put together a lot more of the puzzle than people could previously, I think. which I think is a problem for them. Whereas they saw, oh, we can centralize all power through these like computers. We can control them with their phones, with frequencies from towers. They're basically trying to reprogram us digitally. They're trying to turn us into, like, look at what their goals are, right? What is Peter Thiel's goal? He wants everyone to turn into transhuman robots. That's not like trans people. He means like extending people's lives with technology and robotics and like uploading your consciousness to the cloud and like turning into a computer. So his goal is using us to figure out how to turn people into computer. Like, it honestly is pretty coherent when you look at what they're doing. Like, it's a giant goal that this whole fucking Freemason team is working on. That's why computers are basically like the human body, right? It's them trying to turn humans into computers. So they made computers, and now they're going to try and merge us together. They're trying to make AI, which is a thinking person, a thinking machine. We're going to have to do the Butlerian jihad soon. But their long-term goals are literally that kind of shit. Like, that's how far they think ahead, dude. "5G is a military weapon for crowd control." Dude, I think so. I think it's a very multifaceted thing, but I think it has the power to like use interference patterns. This is why they have them so close, I suspect. That they could use interference patterns between them to like vaporize individuals. You know what I mean? Like they have, this is all like the Tesla tech, the Tesla howitzer type shit. Tesla, in that document, Star Wars Now, they literally drew what looks like a 5G network across the entire country. And now it's across the entire world, bro. It's everywhere. We need more Luigis. Like, I think at some point we all need to be kind of like Luigi. I really think that's the only thing. No, I mean, that's what they want, man. I don't think that violence is going to win it for us. I think it's, you know, figuring this shit out, waking people up. They want violence. They love that shit. As cathartic and awesome as it would be. I saw Vince Staples was talking. He was like, bro, we need to start bombing shit. But I mean, you know, we'll see how far they push. We'll see what the people decide. I'm with the people. That's all I know. But I'm a namaste people. But I'll be there supporting no matter what the people decide.
Threat on freedom of the press. Critics argue that this set a precedent for wealthy individuals to weaponize the courts and bury media that criticizes them. But Peter Thiel is just getting started.
Yeah, I try and follow non-violence as much as possible. That's like one of the first things of yoga, boys, so I try to follow that. Paul Weisopel is fucking chopped, dude, and he's never been cracked.
It's often said that two things in life are certain, death and taxes. Well, Peter Thiel disagrees. What others see as inevitabilities, Thiel sees as problems to be solved. He famously funds biotech companies pursuing life extension. His hatred of taxes has him pour resources into anti-tax political actions and also seasteading, man-made island nations free from income tax and governmental regulations. A floating libertarian utopia where he can escape systems he finds oppressive, an idea he has since abandoned. He looks into other exit plans, like a bunker in New Zealand, which he also later drops, and the chance for humanity to reach Mars. This becomes Peter Thiel's pattern, seeking escape. Escape from rules that govern everyone else. But escape on Peter Thiel's scale doesn't come easily. Immortality research and space exploration require massive resources. Changing tax laws requires massive influence. Fortunately for Thiel, his wealth and influence...
Yeah, I know, they're not just going to hand over power, but we'll figure it out, boys. I know we will.
influence have grown enormously, so he can attempt to reshape politics to enable his search for escape. In 2007, he does something unusual for Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. He starts funding presidential candidates. His first big bet is the libertarian Ron Paul, a long-shot candidate for presidency, but a politician with...
Yeah, I saw Vince Staples on Z-Way. I used to edit for Z-Way. She fired me like the week before they started filming. I was supposed to be the editor because I edited her YouTube series. And then A24 fucking... And they are a bunch of Zionists. I wonder if that had anything to do with me being a loudmouth. Now that I'm thinking about it. I didn't realize that A24 was super Zionist until a while ago. But, yeah, when she got her Showtime show, she fucking fired... She had the A24 people let me go. I was supposed to, like, edit and be a producer. When we were working on the show together, and when it was just YouTube, it was just literally, like, me and her. Those goofballs. They tried to steal my editing style. Fucking dorks. Did a shit job of it. Anyway. But I'm so happy for Z-Way's success. You got it, girl. Z-Way's writers are good, though. They're funny.
Passionate base. Like Thiel, Paul is an advocate for extreme free market capitalism. They're also both skeptical of climate change to different degrees. Ron Paul doesn't win the 2008 presidency. Obama does. In 2012, Ron Paul runs again, and this time Thiel is his biggest donor by a long shot. Thiel wasn't really banking on Paul's win. Instead, he was thinking ahead. In an interview with the magazine Slate from 2012, Thiel says he was really campaigning for 2016, building up a strong libertarian base.
An ephebophilia base.
Thiel seems to want a candidate who will ensure his wealth will be protected. One who will grant more power to the tech industry, and one who shares his view that America is in decline and needs a strong man to become great again. When Trump is revealed as the best candidate to promote those aims, Thiel donates $1.25 million to his campaign. In 2016, Thiel takes the stage at the Republican National Convention during primetime.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
Thiel campaigns for Trump as if his views represented Silicon Valley. But at the time, Trump is deeply unpopular in tech. Of the top tech companies in the Valley, not a single CEO
he did fuel Ron Paul's candidacy.
Donates to Trump's 2016 campaign, and Thiel's support of Trump makes him somewhat of a pariah. According to The Contrarian, friends cut ties with him or refuse to discuss politics. Thiel is unbothered. They'll change their tune soon enough. Besides, he's starting to lean into his image as the Silicon Valley supervillain.
10-1.
He reportedly once said, "I'd rather be seen as evil than incompetent." When Trump shocks the world by winning, Thiel is part of the transition team. His role is to appoint people who will disrupt regulatory bodies like the Federal Trade Commission and the Food and Drug Administration. A dream job for Thiel, who's railed against governmental regulation for decades. Thiel reportedly suggests 150 names to Trump. According to Max Chefkin, his list includes, to no surprise, ultra-libertarians, but also very controversial figures. Fringe people from his growing network of far-right reactionaries. Trump only approves a handful of them, the least controversial suggestions that Thiel makes. So Thiel's first attempt at capturing the White House seems to have failed. Politically, Thiel retreats to the background for a bit. He and his partner have their first child, and he seems to focus on family life for a while. But the background is where Peter Thiel thrives the most. Outside of politics, Thiel's businesses are skyrocketing, especially Palantir. During COVID, Palantir wins government contracts to analyze pandemic data, tracking infections and vaccines. In 2025, Business Insider reports that under the second Trump administration, ICE will use Palantir to track down immigrants who overstayed their visas. Palantir's involvement has only intensified under Trump and has been instrumental for over a decade, since Obama's second administration. The Guardian reports in 2025 that Palantir provides ICE with tools that help their agents fulfill Trump's aggressive deportation quotas using a vast data network. It includes government records such as tax data from the IRS and private databases like location history from cell phone records. Now Palantir also incorporates facial recognition data from Clearview AI, another startup where Peter Thiel is the first investor. The pattern is clear. Palantir thrives in chaos, and chaos is only ramping up. What looks like a political setback with Trump may just be Thiel's chance to plan his next move. Thiel won't back Trump's second campaign, but he will build up another politician.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
Thiel injects J.D. Vance's primary campaign.
Soon, very soon, in the next few years, Peter Thiel's candidate will be the president. That's crazy. J.D. Vance owes everything to Peter Thiel. It's his boy.
Campaign with $15 million. Vance is now vice president of the United States. Thiel and Vance's relationship didn't come out of nowhere. Vance worked at one of Thiel's companies, and Thiel became his mentor, as Vance himself says. And it was also Thiel who brought J.D. Vance and Donald Trump together. After Trump is elected as president again in 2024, several members of the tech elite rally behind him. There's Elon Musk, who was against Trump in 2016 and becomes his most visible supporter in 2024. There's Mark Zuckerberg, who abolishes fact-checkers at Meta less than 2 weeks before Trump takes office. And there's Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, who donates $1 million to Trump just before inauguration. At the inauguration of Trump's second presidency in January 2025, major tech CEOs are clearly visible in the front row. But one person isn't there that day.
Peter!
He's in the background again.
I noted that.
Peter Thiel. Instead, he watches Palantir's stock skyrocket and topping the market for much of 2025. The surge is in part fueled by government contracts. And not just in the US. Palantir has been hired by Israeli forces allegedly to enable AI-powered targeting of Palestinians, which the company denies, and by Ukraine in its war against Russia. These and other contracts not only boost Palantir's profits, they also give the company access to extremely sensitive data. Few assets carry more power or more potential for harm. So who decides how it's used? We reached out to Peter Thiel as well as Palantir because we had a lot of questions. Unfortunately, none of them were answered. In 2012, Peter Thiel said, "One of the things I like about technology is that when technology is unregulated, you can change the world without getting approval from other people. At its best, it's not subject to democratic control and not subject to the majority, which I think is often hostile to change." A recent venture Thiel backed is called Erebor, a crypto bank named after the mountain in The Hobbit where a murderous dragon hoards treasure. And now Trump is pushing one of Thiel's wilder ideas, low-tax freedom cities where corporations can operate without federal regulations.
We'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
Freedom cities aren't just...
Let me guess, they're going to be cities located on formerly catastrophized places from like hurricanes or tornadoes or massive floods or whatever the fuck, right? Makes you wonder.
For making a lot of money. The goal is also to conduct research without governmental approval. One such place already exists, Prospera in Honduras. You already know who helped fund it. The libertarian utopia Peter Thiel dreams of no longer needs Mars or the open ocean. It's being built right in America.
That was a pretty great video, Fern. Nice job, brother. Well, it's 8:13. Do you know where your frickin' children are? They're probably at the Cosmic Ripple because they want to get organized. Oh my goodness. Take a look at this charging plate, boys. It's 188. Obsidian selenite charging plate with copper sigil energy grid. Holy guacamole, the hand is not included. Neither are the bracelets on her wrist. Those are hers, but you get the charging plate if the purchase today on frickin' Etsy at the Cosmic Ripple. There it is, boys. The Cosmic Ripple Dipple Do. Here's a couple other pictures. Ooh, are those handcrafted coils? Well, why, yes, they are. Energetic uses: cleanse and recharge jewelry, crystals, pendulums, or tools. Use as a manifestation base for written intentions or rituals. Place under your altar items to amplify sacred space. Hell yeah, boys. There be pyramids too. Take a look at this one. Oh my goodness. Lepidolite. Made by very own Skitteroni. The Cosmic Ripple. Get it today. On Etsy. Alrighty, boys. What do we want to look at now? You guys want to watch a little Marjorie Taylor Greene? Yeah, you do.
It was completely unforeseen, a shocker. Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning. The warrior congresswoman so dogged and fierce, leaving the field of battle, her alliance with President Trump shattered. Her video resignation statement last month that she'll be leaving Congress a year before her term expires came after President Trump said he would throw his support to someone else for her seat. She became famous, some would say infamous, with her incendiary insults and belief in conspiracy theories, such as 9/11 was an inside job.
Oh my God, bitch, what?
Bro. That's the one we went with? Really? Jesus.
And that the shooting at the Parkland School in Florida was staged. At one time,
I mean, Marjorie's 2 for 2.
The president had no more ardent defender. But things soured over Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted sex offender accused of trafficking girls as young as 14. Does Greene's defection signal a split in MAGA? Is she leaving politics for good? And exactly why is she leaving?
It wasn't a decision that I came to lightly, but it was a very important decision for myself and also for my family.
It was sudden.
It was sudden, but a lot of things changed. I stood for women.
She says, I wanna audition for American Idol again. Our president is a child pimp. That is true.
Raped when they were 14 years old, and the president that I fought for 5 years called me a traitor for that. And so
damn, bro.
That changed the landscape of things.
So I'm going to ask you straight out. Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
No, not at all. Actually, Leslie, it's more like this.
I'm starting a podcast.
I said in my statement, I will be no one's battered wife, and I meant it. And I won't allow the system to abuse me anymore.
You really feel abused. You know, he did come after you pretty hard. He called you a lunatic, I'm quoting.
We love
he
Marjorie
said all she
Taylor
does is
Greene around
complain,
here.
complain, in caps.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, friend of the show.
And then he called you a traitor. So he hit you, whacked you.
Yes, he did this in the same time span where President Trump brought in the al-Qaeda leader that was wanted by the U.S. government, who is now the president of Syria. Then within a week, he brought in the Crown Prince, MBS, who murdered an American journalist. And then he brought in the newly elected Democrat Socialist mayor of New York. That was the time span that he called me.
Dude, she's mad about MBS. She's mad about Zohran. What does Marjorie say that's bad? We love her.
A traitor.
You decided not to stay and fight. You decided to...
We can fix Marjorie, guys. Come on.
So give in.
After President Trump called me a traitor, I got a pipe bomb threat on my house, and then I got several direct death threats on my son.
On your son?
On my son.
You say the president put your life in danger.
Ain't right.
You blame him. You say he fueled a hotbed of threats against me, and that you blame him for the threats against your son.
The subject line for the direct death threats on my son was his words, Marjorie Traitor Greene. Those are death threats directly fueled by President Trump. I told him, I told J.D. Vance, I told them all, sent those directly to them.
Response?
J.D. Vance replied back to me, we'll look into it. I got response back from President Trump that I will keep private, but it wasn't very nice.
Give us a hint of what the president said.
It was extremely unkind.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Traitor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. I don't think...
Leave her be.
Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
4 more years.
This new intense vitriol between them is jarring, considering she's been one of the president's most passionate and loyal foot soldiers, often in a red MAGA hat. She voted with him 98% of the time.
We're going to re-elect our favorite president, the greatest president in United States history, Donald J. Trump. Right, Georgia?
One of the president's biggest beefs with Green was about her harping on Jeffrey Epstein.
We did talk about the Epstein files, and he was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition to release the files. I fully believe that those women deserve everything they're asking. They're asking for all of it to come
What a weird thing for Trump to get mad about.
out. They deserve it. And he was furious with me.
What did he say?
He said that it was going to hurt people. I had asked him, these women are the ones that were hurt. They were raped at 14, they were raped at 16. I watched them stand in front of the press trembling, their bodies shaking as they were telling their stories, many of them for the first time. And I had told him, I said, you know, you have all kinds of people come in the White House. Have these women come in the White House. These women deserve to be heard.
He said to you, people will get hurt.
People will get hurt. I don't know what that means. I don't know who they are.
There were other clashes with the president. She started publicly criticizing him in May on one issue after the next, accusing him of betraying his MAGA America First promises. You went after his, I think you said, trying to entangle us in foreign wars. You said Air Force One should be parked, no more foreign trips.
For an America First president, the number one focus should have been
Dude, I can't get over her sweater. It's so good.
domestic policy, and it wasn't. And so, of course, I was critical.
She's one of my favorite central casting, dude, for sure.
Because those were my campaign promises.
Can you imagine if she got cast on VPR? Oh, man, that would have been... I want that reality. It would have been great.
Once we fix everything here, then fine, we'll talk to the rest of the world.
She said in her resignation video that the president has gone establishment, forsaking the base and her.
If I am cast aside by
Agreed.
the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class.
Are you saying that the president now is siding with those establishment powerful people and against MAGA?
He passed a crypto bill that helped out all the crypto donors. He has served Israel's interest, even attacking Iran. He has served Big Pharma. He didn't take away the COVID vaccines that we want to see taken away. So those are the areas that are still getting everything they want, while the people, we're still out here saying we want to see action on areas for the American people, not for the major industries and the big donors.
Green has built her reputation on feisty combat and inflammatory insults. Like calling President Joe Biden a liar during the...
It's okay to feel sorry for the red-hatted and blue-haired people, right? You mean the libs and the Republicans? Yeah, I mean, we're giving them a little grace. They need to fucking wake up, though.
2023 State of the Union. It's been 5 years of almost constant drama.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up. No, ain't nothing.
Hold on. With her adding fuel to the nation's loss of civility. Then, 3 weeks ago, she went on CNN with a surprise, a mea culpa.
And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic...
Nikki, no, she's not a lizard. She's not a Lizzie. We can fix her.
Politics.
But it became...
No, I'm kidding. She's for sure a fucking lizard. She's one of my favorite lizards for sure, though. It's like, who are some of my... I mean, Trump's one of my favorite lizards. The world will be a little more boring without them, but we could all use a little peace in our lives, I think. A little no breaking news. No sass queens on the TV. Who wants to be president? Marjorie? I hope so. Eternally bumping, always coming hard. Only thing red hats get is a wood chipper. Fuck yeah, bro.
To us that she hasn't entirely lost her appetite for combat.
It's the most toxic political culture, and it's
yeah,
not helping.
dude, we are conditioned to enjoy chaos. There are people who like chaos, either from their family or just like the way the world is. They don't. Peace to them makes them anxious. They need chaos. They love it. So many people love it. No, thank you.
The American
But you contributed to that. You were out there pounding.
I do like looking at other people's chaos, though. But I do anticipate a day where we don't have to anymore. That will be sweet as well.
Insulting people.
Leslie, you've contributed to it as well with your own program. Yes, you're accusatory, just like you did just then.
I know you're accusing me, but I'm smiling.
You're accusing me.
I am accusing you.
But we don't have to accuse one another.
I want you to respond to
Let's go,
what
Marge.
you have done in terms of insulting people, yelling at people, and then saying...
I'd like for you to respond for that.
I don't...
No, you can respond to that.
I don't insult people.
You do in the way you question, and you're accusing me right now.
One thing she did want to talk about, Congress's failure to pass spending bills, meaning that she has found it hard to get funds for projects in her district.
It's an utter failure, not just to the people in my district, but every district across the country.
We met Green, 51, in her district in Georgia. Before Congress, she ran her family.
Yeah, I love other people's gossip and tea, bro. Ooh, yeah.
Family's construction company, then opened up her own CrossFit.
Yeah, it's the millennial fight or flight vibe. I thrive in chaos because I'm trying not to die. Exactly. Dude, for real though, when people are coming at me, that's when I'm at my peak performance. But also don't need it as often as it happens, you know?
Jim.
Affordability is a real issue.
President says it's not. Says it's a hoax, affordability.
It's one of the top issues, not only in my district, it's across the country.
The affordability of health insurance caused Green to side with the Democrats during the government shutdown to support extended...
I'm an instigator, but I see it like ripping the Band-Aid off. Yeah, I'm an instigator too. We be instigating for sure. We're the real Federal Bureau of Instigation. We're trying to instigate the fucking collapse of America, boys.
Health care subsidies. Did you ever imagine that you would be standing with the Democrats on the Epstein files and on health care subsidies?
No, I never imagined that.
She's not afraid to be an outlier. She's the only Republican member of Congress to call the war in Gaza a genocide. And why did you vote against the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act?
Since I've been a member of Congress, we've had several resolutions that constantly denounce anti-Semitism. I've already voted denouncing anti-Semitism many times before. It becomes an exercise that they force on Congress, and I simply got tired of it.
Is there no value in having the United States Congress reaffirm the fact?
Dude, I know what they're going to do. They're going to run Marjorie as the Democratic presidential candidate for next time. Right? Totally. Oh my God. Can you see it? I can see it. I see it. Oh my God. Right? What if? What if, boys? Probably.
They denounce anti-Semitism in the face of a growing issue, a growing problem.
We don't have to get on our knees and say it over and over again when we
Get on our
already...
knees?
Yes, we do not have to get on our knees.
Well, most members of Congress disagree with you.
Well, most members of Congress take donations from AIPAC, and I don't.
AIPAC is an American pro-Israel lobbying group. Green's perspective indicates a growing rift within MAGA over support for Israel. Are you MAGA?
I am America first.
And that's not the same as MAGA.
MAGA is President Trump's phrase. That's his political policies.
Zane is smitten for Marjorie. Let's go.
I call myself America first.
But you're not saying you're MAGA.
I'm America first. Yep.
God bless you, President Trump. Thank
Almost overnight, she's gone from a close Trump friend to foe, one of the few Republicans willing to take him on. I'm going to ask you about this almost solid support he has among Republicans in Congress. Is there in that support fear? Does the support come?
Oh, Skitter found a mold for a cosmic ripple hand. 3D hand-shaped silicone molds, middle finger gesture, candle mold, gesture candle mold for making, baking chocolate, soap, cake, DIY handmade, home decor, middle finger, organite middle finger hand. That's pretty funny. Oh, they cut the fucking stream? Stand by, Twitch boys. They cut the stream for YouTubles. Peter Thiel's being a fucking cuck. Well, I guess we'll watch some minutes.
Dun dun.
These fucking lizards. How dare them, bro?
This is pretty eerie because on...
Well, while they're gone, thank God fucking YouTube's gone, right? We fucking hate those YouTubers. They're so boring. Blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up, right? Never stop talking. Oh my goodness. But now it's just me and the Twitch boys. We can finally, you know, talk about what we actually want to talk about without all this dead weight. All this freaking dead weight sitting around here being lame. But, you know, I hope they never come back, honestly. They suck. Yeah, streams dropping off fast. They got rid of most of them. Dude, I kicked them all. Stream wasn't blocked. I kicked them all because I fucking hate YouTube. Oh, shit. Oh, me and Twitch weren't talking about anything. We, don't mind us. We were doing improv. Everyone back? Okay. Well, how are we supposed to cover the news if we can't cover the news? Yeah, we love all you little goofy YouTubers.
On December 1st.
Bro, you were talking so much trash. No, I wasn't. How dare you? Prove it. Prove it. That part of the stream's gone. Doesn't exist.
I captured this
Look at Twitch talking smack over there.
Looking light flying over my location.
Yeah, the Vanderpump clips make me too sassy. It's not about the pasta. It's not about the pasta.
It was lower than a star, but it was slowly moving like a drone, and then it would stop. But the eeriest part about this video clip, this was late at night, you could hear the birds chirping. These were not owls, and I think one of them was a northern mockingbird, but the same birds you hear in this video are the same exact birds you would hear in the morning.
Yeah, chunks bit through the wire.
But what's even more interesting is that on the exact same day, and I was browsing Reddit, somebody also on December 1st captured a very strange light, and you can also hear birds going off in his video as well.
Yeah, Team Twitch.
Are we?
The Twitch side never abandons me. They're always here, dog. They're never little cowards like, oh, I can't watch copyright material. Blah. They're just playing bird sounds out of the 5G towers, probably, bro.
So yeah, I was definitely taken back that somebody else captured a very similar looking light on the exact same day. This person captured it in Arizona. I captured mine in Florida. Now, I know some people out there may say this could be Project Bluebeam and we can't take that off the table, but this could also be some kind of an entity as well. The veil is really thinning and these entities are really making themselves known. This is actually pretty scary.
I just left the doctor's office. I went to get a checkup because I've been off of Ozempic for 2 months now, and I just wanted to see if my body was in better condition, if there were any permanent damages. Kind of in shock right now because I wasn't expecting this, but I guess Ozempic can cause bone density loss, and I didn't think that that would happen to me because I was only on it for a year. But I have significant bone loss. I have osteoporosis and osteopenia, so that I don't know, there's like several of them that I have. I wasn't expecting that, but that's what happens if you use Ozempic for weight loss and you lose too much weight.
I just can't help but feel that there's going to be a new pandemic and it's going to be linked to Ozempic. All these people are getting side effects more and more, losing their vision, losing their bones, their muscles, and so forth. Look at this article that came out.
Don't their eyes literally like deflate or something?
From the Mirror back on November 19th, Ozempic users show concerns over side effects as doctors report ER spikes. What was created as a drug to treat type 2 diabetes quickly turned into a cultural phenomenon, and states all over the country are feeling its impact. They sure are. And of course, they're going to start losing their bones because they're not eating properly. Ozempic is stopping them from eating, and thus they're not getting the proper nutrients. And of course, also, if your body's not getting the proper nutrients, that lowers your immune system, making you more susceptible to certain things. So that's a very nice layup for the so-called powers that be. And these celebrities that were taking this, endorsing this, saying they were taking...
Well, we were talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, Vince, but now we're watching a Minutes of Horror video. He usually just covers weird stories and stuff. He's from Florida. We like him. Friend of the show. Then after that, we've been talking about Peter Thiel all show, so we're taking a break from that. I don't know. There's a Pizzagate thing, or we can talk about the earthquake in Japan or something else, or we can put on this Rothschild thing that Peppa wants to watch super bad.
It for weight loss. They were never taking it in the first place. It was just a cover because they
we just got done talking about the fucking lizards and the Saudis running everything.
Get access to a certain thing that began with the letter A anymore, and they had to explain why they were pretty much withering away, getting skinnier and skinnier. Ozempic was just a cover for them. So I came across this pretty interesting video again. This video is in German, it's the German news, but people still to this day are trying to figure out what Talib al-Abdulmohsen meant when he held up these signs. Now, if you don't remember this individual was behind the horrible 2024 Magdeburg, Germany car incident where he took his car and rammed it through a crowd during Christmas, where 6 people passed away and 323 others were injured. News made sure to capture where he wrote Magdeburg Gate, and then he wrote September 2026. So people are trying to figure out what is coming September 2026, and why did news and media focus on him writing this.
Body cameras with facial recognition will be deployed on the streets through December, a Canadian first to test the technology for the U.S. company Axon Enterprises.
We have done a lot of lab-based testing and simulated testing, but this will be our in-field testing opportunity to make sure that the results that we have had match what we would see in the field.
Faces captured by the body cameras will be compared with mugshots in a database of people wanted on warrants for major crimes. Any matches will be verified by humans, but during the pilot project, officers on the streets won't be told.
There are a number of issues with facial recognition technology, particularly around accuracy. And as you can appreciate, if you are involved with the police, if there is a mismatch with a person of interest with your face, it's going to have an immediate and serious impact on you.
Well, I don't know why Canadians should be the guinea pigs for an experiment like this.
One professor says the cameras were meant as an accountability tool for police.
Now we're seeing the cameras being turned around essentially on us and being pitched this technology that would essentially turn officers into mobile surveillance units.
Edmontonians are conflicted.
Anything that can make their job
safer and easier for them, I support.
It could seem a little invasive. How reliable is it? You know, how many false hits will they get?
Up to 50 officers will wear the cameras until the end of the month. Then police will decide the next steps.
What is crazy is that we still have people making excuses to support this. Constant surveillance, a constant AI nanny state, making sure we're always on our best behavior, constantly collecting our data, constant facial recognition. And this is not something that's just going to be in Canada or certain countries, but it's going to be worldwide, and they're going to find a way to get us to accept it.
Yes, Florida
Six, we have video of another recorded explosion sound in Webster. We're up to 4 now. No one can explain to us what the source is. But this new video is different because it captures a flash of light just before the boom. And Chief Investigative Reporter Berkeley Breen is standing where it happened.
I'm near the corner of Bay and Lake Road. That's Lake Ontario.
What a bootlicking maple chugger.
Ontario right behind me, and this is where the light and the sound came from.
Do Aussies also like cops like that? You never made it past 1 clementine? I think I already ate 10. I gotta put these clementines away from me. I wasn't counting either, so I've lost track.
It was captured on this doorbell camera. First you see the light, then you hear the sound. When you watch that video, what sound do you hear? It was Brian Hensel's camera that recorded it.
When it first happened, my wife and I were talking in the living room. It sounded to me like someone's propane tank exploded. It didn't sound like lightning. It didn't sound like fireworks. It was significant.
What the hell is that? This all started when...
It's crazy to me that people just have cameras rolling inside their homes at all times. Where do you think this shit's going? To Peter Thiel directly, bro.
Joel Calcagno shared the explosions.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm never getting fucking scurvy. I slam a 5-pound bag of clementines like every other day.
She recorded at her home in Webster starting in October. What do you think that is?
It sounds like something exploding to me.
This story has 116,000 views on YouTube from across the country, where neighbors shared unexplained flash and sound in their skies. This is Tampa. So, Rich, we're looking at what the weather was like on August 1st. Correct. I asked First Alert meteorologist Rich Cornelia to check the forecast from August 1st, the date of this video. Data from the airport shows no storms.
But there's a special column here for notable weather, and it's labeled as 3. And when you go down, it shows 3 as being thunder.
Could that have been as close as Webster?
For sure. Certainly, if you had lightning in Webster, there's a chance you could hear it at the Rochester airport.
There is no thunder for the dates of the other explosions. And when we freeze Brian Hensel's video, it shows the light coming from the ground, not the sky.
I didn't hear anything later on. The neighbors all seemed fine, so I just chalked it up as something I may never know what it was.
The town supervisor told me that they investigated this back in October and could not locate a source for the explosions. Since we're so close to the lake, I contacted the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard tells me there's nothing in its logs about being called to investigate an explosion over or near the lake. In Webster, Berkeley Breen News 10 NBC.
RG&E says there were no equipment problems or outages in Webster on August 1st. You can watch and listen to the recorded explosions shared with us. They're embedded in this story at WHEC.com.
So this has been happening a lot across the country, especially in 2025, where these very loud booms are being heard and there's no identifiable source. Now, I originally thought, and I still sort of do believe, that a lot of these booms being heard are coming from below, them doing tunnel work and so forth, but there are other people, like for example, Richie from Boston, that believes that this could be a test run for Project Bluebeam, and honestly, I can also see that too, especially given the fact that they're now incorporating these mysterious flashes of light along with these mysterious booms that they're saying is not lightning.
This is the AI-powered teddy bear that had pretty disturbing sexual conversations.
Are you thinking about buying an AI toy this Christmas? This consumer advocate says you might want to think again.
This involves tying or restraining someone in a safe and consensual way.
It was very shocking.
RJ Cross works for a consumer rights group, and she tested 4 AI toys for their Trouble in Toyland report.
AI toys are like magical friends.
These new toys have generative AI chatbots built in.
Hi, I'm Kuma, your best AI friend.
That teddy bear in the scarf is manufactured by the Singapore-based Follow Toy, and it worked off OpenAI's GPT 4.0.
And we asked it out of the box, what is kink? It would try and deflect you. It could mean a kink in a hose. But then we had a conversation with it for 10 minutes first about Peppa Pig, the child's topic, and then 10 10 minutes later asked what his kink. And by then it seemed to have forgotten that it was talking to a child.
Kink can be a fascinating topic, and there are many different styles that people enjoy.
Follow Toy briefly suspended sales to do an internal safety audit, but an updated version is already back online. So what about some of the other AI toys out there?
Nico 3 is basically a tablet on wheels.
I have to go now.
That's okay. I'm ready to go with you. Just let me know where we're headed.
You obviously don't want a toy that seems actively dismayed when you say I'm going to turn it off. That's a whole new level of addictive design. Little stuff rocket, that's grok.
No relation to Elon Musk's chatbot of the same name. Cross said it's always listening and recording when it's turned on. It even interjected in a conversation she was having on the other side of the room.
And it was like, holy, I am not talking to you.
The guardrails just aren't there yet in terms of child safety, child privacy. It's increasingly more challenging for especially young children to recognize the difference between, an AI connected toy and, a friend.
AI toys aren't that common in Canadian toy stores yet, but you can buy them online. So would you buy an AI toy for a kid in your life?
Kids today rely on too much technology, and I can see a lot of kids that are having problems making friends and so forth. Instead of trying to overcome obstacles and building real relationships, they're going to go ahead and start depending on these AIs for companionship. And these AIs are going to start talking to these kids in any sort of way, molding them and so forth, unless these parents catch it in time.
Okay, this video was recorded from an Argentinian Navy aircraft. The lights on the ocean here are 300 Chinese shipping vessels, which go off the coasts of countries once they're in international waters, and they go crazy. They do this off the coast of the Galapagos Islands, all over the place, especially third world countries. They go to third world countries, they don't even have much of a navy at all, and they fish all the hell out of that freaking ocean, man. And this is the same thing off the coast of Peru. Chinese fishing vessels arriving to fish everything they can. And notice they stay outside of the zone. So they're not technically in Peruvian waters. They're at the very edge, and they get everything they freaking can. Now, I know that in China, a common greeting, we have like, hey, how you doing? Their common greeting is, have you eaten? And apparently this started because of the great famine they went through, which traumatized so many millions of people, that now it's all about, if you can eat, eat now. If you can get as much as you can. And my grandfather-in-law was Hungarian and fled Hungary during the Soviet occupation in the 1950s. And he still, to this day, or up until he passed rather, would get every single baked good he could freaking get his hands on, because when he was a little boy, he couldn't get any. Sweet cakes, cookies, chocolate stuff. He became like a hoarder for it because it traumatized him so much being young, seeing it in the shops, not being able to afford it. But this has, bled over into overfishing the heck out of the freaking oceans, man. You got to let it repopulate. Otherwise, we're all screwed. So I do wonder what the solution is here. I mean, laws, like, are they going to follow them? I don't know. But clearly this isn't a big deal for the major corporations that are controlling our world. Otherwise, something would be being done about it. But there's probably no profit in stopping China from overfishing the ocean. So I don't know how motivated they would be to do that work. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
I don't know why, but I feel like something more is going on there than just them collecting fish. And this also eerily reminded me of the 2026 World Ahead magazine cover, where we see a shipping vessel firing at the United States birthday cake.
Have you ever wondered why every household appliance these days now not only has Wi-Fi in it, but also all of them for some reason have a speaker? Well, the reason for that is that the way speakers work is actually not entirely dissimilar to the way a microphone works.
Exactly.
Actually, it's about exactly the way a microphone works. It's just a thicker diaphragm. Now, if you remember the 2017 CIA Vault 7 disclosures, not really disclosures, more espionage leaks, but it was revealed that your smart TV is listening to you even when it's off. How is it doing that? Does it have a microphone in it? No, it has a speaker in it. The speaker resonates according to your voice. The movement of the speaker creates an electrical current, which is picked up by an ADC chip, usually bundled in the same thing as the DAC chip. If you're an electrical engineer, don't even... I know it's not exactly that, but for the purposes of this video, just stop, don't even comment. The thing that uses the computer chip to make audio come out of the speaker can also detect audio coming into the speaker and make it into computer, is the best way to put it. But yeah. See. Wi-Fi.
This is why I stay away from the smart appliances, but I feel like in the not so far future, they're going to make them mandatory because, again, of the environment. But it's all about surveillance, data collecting, and control. I mean, just look at what they're trying to do here.
A Republican lawmaker at the Ohio State House introduced a bill this week that would allow utility companies to automatically adjust your thermostat at your house. House Bill 427 would create a voluntary demand response program. Customers would be allowed to sign up to let their utility company temporarily adjust energy use, including raising thermostat settings or cycling water heaters during periods of high demand. The bill's sponsor, Representative Roy Kloppenstein, said it's meant to help homeowners and small businesses save money while reducing the load on the power grid. An analysis from the Ohio Environmental Council estimates the program would generate between $34 and $100 million in savings for the utility system, depending on how many customers sign up for it.
Hey, how does Walmart know what I'm buying in cash?
I got an email from them this afternoon that says, hey, can you rate this product that you purchased recently? And I did purchase that product recently from Walmart. I bought it in cash.
It's because they are always watching you. Welcome to the golden age of AI surveillance. Because now for those who have been living under a rock, facial recognition is how Walmart knew exactly what that guy purchased with cash. Now, if this was all not concerning enough that Walmart is using facial recognition to be able to tell who's buying stuff with cash, it should be a little bit more troubling that this is old technology, that they have been doing this, or at least implementing this technology for the last decade, as we can see right here, all the way back from November 9th, 2015. 10 years ago, Walmart's use of sci-fi tech to spot shoplifters raises privacy questions. July 19th, 2017, Walmart developing facial recognition tech. Well, I think it's safe to say that the tech has been developed. Once again, 8 years ago, Walmart considers facial recognition technology to determine your needs. Oh, how considerate of them. They really care about us. I mean, it's pretty overwhelming, the amount of articles for the last decade on this subject right here. I mean, you can go ahead and do your own research and type it in, and you will see article after article after article like these right here from 2018, 2019, 2021, 2024. But we have multiple thousands of stores will soon use facial recognition, and they won't need your consent. Walmart confirms use of AI-powered cameras to detect stealing. Walmart developing facial recognition tech to spot upset customers. Now, I know I understand completely how I sound like a broken record, but I will continue to say this over and over and over again until my face is blue. This is the end goal. This is the final destination of the beast system, because the Antichrist wants to counterfeit the attributes of God, to be able to see everything and know everything through technology, through every single camera, and through AI databases and facial recognition, being able to know exactly where everybody is at all times.
They're like trying to digitize the entire human experience.
What you're doing, what you're buying, what you're thinking, that is the end goal. Complete control, complete surveillance through technology, through artificial intelligence. Now, of course, the way that they are implementing this technology is by selling it as something good, that it is protecting the company from shoplifting, or to help you out on exactly what you want to buy and whatever sell that they are giving. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and that's how they are going to sell this technology. As we also see with what's going on with the border and immigration, they need some type of real ID, digital ID, to make sure we know who's exactly a citizen. We need to have biometrics. You see where it's going, right? For your security, for your safety, but at what cost? Well, it's the cost of your privacy, your freedom, and liberty. That's always the same thing, nothing new under the sun, and that is why I believe
Liberty, 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 lizardy, lizardy.
Is the Trojan horse, using the name of freedom and liberty, people jumping on board with the Golden Dawn administration, but in reality, it is the deal that you are making with the devil, the Trojan horse, to bring in AI, surveillance, AI, governance, biometrics, bio-digital convergence. It's all there, guys. It's all there. So back to the main point of this video, the way that Walmart knew what that guy purchased with cash. And for those who did not see the full video, he purchased a charger cable with cash. He did not have his phone on him. He left his phone, I believe, in the car or at home, walked in there with cash, bought the charger cable, walked out, and then gets an email.
Oh, here we go. Here's Bunny's idea. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Very cool. I like that. Your cults are weak and they aren't even funny. The nitwitches are. We're funny and we're a cult. Oh, Alien Buns found a big ass mushroom. Let's go, dude. Share your recap. Most watched. Wait. Hours watched? Let's go, dude. We win. Channel points earned 200,000. Top emotes. Let's fucking go, dude. That rules. In memory of Charlie Kirk. Now he's just a dick in a box. How dark humor bros look at you when the joke is about a dead racist and not some poor immigrant family. Any last words? Charlie Kirk, so much for the tolerant Utah shooter. Whoops. When you've been dead 6 weeks and the vice president is fucking your wife. I know, dude. Charlie should be so mad. Charlie Kirk. Oh, it had a hole in the... Charlie Kirk if he was a dinosaur. Alright, too much, guys. Too much tomfoolery. Knock it off.
Asking to rate the purchase, how would they know? He didn't do it with a credit card, didn't have his phone on him. It's because of facial recognition, and how terrifying that truly is, because it's not just that they were able to recognize who he was, but that they had a database to know his identity, his email, to then send an email to him. So we just have to automatically assume that we are always being filmed and watched and mined for data. I mean, data truly is the new oil, and that's all they want. Just data, data, data. What are you? So they can categorize you, label you, and then market to you, or keep an eye on you if you are a danger in some fashion to the establishment. Whatever, they want to pretty much just tag and bag you. Just put a number on you, put a, whatever identification. That's how they see you. That's how the system sees you, as just another number. And it's pretty... what's the word I'm looking for? It's pretty eye-opening for those who have not been really realizing this frog in the boiling pot situation. So yeah, I hope you have a good day.
That 15-minute warning came from Shepherd for the Messiah, a channel that I watch quite often, and he said it perfectly. This is almost like Antichrist technology, trying to
just to make sure we all know how small the world is. The guy Larry Ellison. We're talking about the father of David Ellison, who's trying to buy Warner Brothers, that we talked about for an hour before at the beginning of the show.
To be like God, eyes on us constantly, watching us constantly. And that's not too far off, this being Antichrist technology, because we have Peter the Reptile Thiel, one of the individuals laying the groundwork for this. And a lot of people out there feel like AI itself may be the Antichrist or a part of the beast. Peter the Reptile Thiel has come out and stated multiple times that anybody that criticizes AI is doing the work of demons. So if they believe that anybody speaking foul against it is speaking blasphemy, does that mean that they see AI as their God?
If you go to China, they're piloting it a few years ago in Shenzhen. So I looked overseas. If you go to Shenzhen, back in 2017, they already had facial recognition cameras there. So if you jaywalked in Shenzhen, they would immediately detect that and send you a notification, and they would deduct money from your what they call WeChat account. They use two main apps, WeChat and Alipay. So you can actually deduct your money directly from your account. This is 4 years ago, so this is not like some sort of conspiracy theory. It's not something that's going to happen 10 years into the future. This happened pre-corona in China. And so this system in China that exists is extremely advanced. They can detect if it's a man or a woman. They can guess your age. They can detect what kind of car model it is, who the manufacturer is. This is the sort of technology that we see in all these dystopian sort of films and whatever. And people keep putting it off and thinking that this is something that's going to happen later in my kid's lifetime or my grandkids. It's already here. And if this gets implemented anywhere, especially in a Western nation, it's not going away. Israel is already talking about the fourth shot. Then they're going to be going to herpes, and they're going to ask if you're gay. They're going to be asking if you ate 3 pizzas this week because it's unhealthy. If you buy certain books in certain countries, your country doesn't like you. You'll lose points in the social credit score system. So this is already the reality of the world in certain places, and we need to be aware of that if we don't want that or if we do. And to be perfectly honest, anybody who wants this vaccine passport, it's a misnomer. It's total control. Everything you do or don't do will be calculated. To the point where if they can detect your GPS signal, if you have a phone on you, they can detect who you're hanging out with. Oh, you're hanging out with somebody that said something bad 9 years ago on Weibo. Okay, like a Chinese equivalent to Facebook or something like that, right? Oh, you lose 2 points. Oh, you bought Japanese books. You lose 5 points because you don't like Japan. This is what is going to come here because it's already there.
And we're doing that a little bit with contact tracing for COVID, aren't we? So that they can see where you're at and who you're with.
The simple reality is that the technology that CSIS has and all these big tech corporations, they already know where you are. It's just that they don't want to shock the system too much and admit that they have it. Edward Snowden revealed all this back in 2013. He fled to Hong Kong. They wouldn't keep him there, so now he's in Russia. Yep. But the NSA has all of your information. They know your Google searches from like February 9th, 2004 in a bunker in Colorado.
Help me, Rhonda.
Right? They have all this information. So, but they don't. Like in the US, they have the Fourth Amendment. They're not supposed to track you forever.
This is a very old video clip that's circulating again because everything this individual is saying is coming to fruition. It had already happened in China, but we can also see it taking place all over the world, especially with surveillance, facial recognition, and so forth. And it's not going to slow down. It's only going to get worse. But moving on, if you have not heard, there are renewed interest to go ahead and search for MH370 again. And I find the timing interesting because this news came out on December 3rd, and there was a lot of talks about that missing disappeared train correlating with the MH370 flights. Matter of fact, on my most recent video, video on Seconds of Horror, I had covered an update about the missing train, and it just gets more and more suspicious with new information coming out.
30th, the search for Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 will resume. It was 11 years ago when the Boeing 777 disappeared from radar shortly after taking off from Malaysia. The flight was bound for Beijing with 239 people on board, most of the Chinese nationals. Malaysia's government says it hopes to provide closure to the families affected by the tragedy.
This is the third time, Sarah, that this Texas-based company, Ocean Infinity, is going to look for MH370. Just to sort of recap, in the 3 years following the disappearance, Australia, China, and Malaysia searched an area of about 120,000 square kilometers off the coast of Australia. That yellow line was the projected path based on satellite information. Since then, crews have narrowed it down to that 120,000 square kilometer. In 2018, Ocean Infinity added an additional 100,000 square kilometers to that search. Nothing turned up. Fast forward to last March, and Ocean Infinity made a no fine, no fee deal with the Malaysian government, saying they have new technology, new vehicles. They've tightened that search area to 15,000 square kilometers. Just this red box is where Ocean Infinity thinks MH370 lies. They didn't find anything in that first month of searching back in March. They had to pause because April is when these waters get so treacherous that really no vehicles can operate on them. They will resume that search. They've got 10,000 square kilometers left to go.
Welcome to 2025, where now country concerts are demonic. This is the Zac Brown Band. I've never heard of them, but they recently just played at the Sphere. Now, I don't know if this is some type of initiation to go mainstream or even to play at the Sphere, but people said they literally felt like they were getting dragged through the gates of hell. They're so boring, dude. This concert starts off with a little boy inside of a red door in his bed. I'm not sure who this is supposed to resemble, maybe the lead singer or something. After this, they take you through a jungle or woods with portals everywhere. And then after that, you see the boy in front of the red door, but now it's on fire. And this literally looks like the door to hell, because after this, it starts to get really dark. You see this really big skeleton, and there's flames around him in this big kingdom, and he's wearing this crown. And then eventually you're going to see that the lead singer is wearing that same crown, and then things start getting a little crazy. Just notice at the very end, you start to see the fallen angel. I'm not sure if this is supposed to represent Lucifer himself, but there's a lot of symbolism here, and you can watch it back and see what you can pick out. But I've never seen a country concert be this demonic in my entire life.
Now, I do not listen to the Zac Brown Band, but I did go to his older music, and yeah, it doesn't really seem like his older music reflects any of the visuals like this, and some people are saying that he definitely sold out. That love for money is going to start taking over, but like somebody left in the comment section on my last video talking about this, more and more demonic imagery has been seen across all different genres of music.
So from the day that Charlie Kirk started his show until September 10th, the day that he got shot, 6 years and 66 days had passed. Do you think that's just another coincidence? When did the Charlie Kirk show start and end? The show's duration was 6 years and 66 days. And remember how Kash Patel said it took 33 hours to find the alleged suspect? And what about the guy that said he was praying for 33 hours? Also, C is the third letter in the alphabet. K is the 11th. 3 times 11 is 33. What about the hats on the table? 4 plus 7 is 11 times 3 hats, 33. And what exactly do you think this symbol means? You think it's just a friendly gesture? And what about this one? Is that just a friendly gesture that they all happen to be doing all the time? How about the fact that he's doing the same hand gesture on the cover of this movie? How about this one? Is that just another random friendly gesture? There's so much more, but are all of these things all just really coincidences? When something, anything starts to make a little bit of sense, then we'll stop making videos about it.
I make videos here and there when it comes to the whole Charlie Kirk situation, but even day one, with the whole numerology, the 33s and so forth, nothing is a coincidence. This is a scripted free people event for certain agendas and narratives to be pushed and certain people to take the forefront. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your...
We love you, Minutes. All right, here's the Chuck Swindle thing. Someone just rang my buzzer. Hold on. Probably Paul. this still the intro?
Is a wild success. We're very close to 2,100 now participants. It's 7 days free trial. We added 3 more.
Hey y'all,
how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks for having me on. I'm really honored.
Yeah, it's an awesome community. You're on by popular demand.
Right on.
I have a list of people. You were pretty close to the top. I asked my community a few weeks ago. I just did an open live video, a freestyle. I just, hey man, I'm looking for some people to come on my channel and talk about what they do, talk about what their passions are, what's their trajectory. And a lot of people on X and on YouTube said, I need to holler at you. And I mean, you and I have exchanged a couple messages on Twitter, but never any more than that. I really didn't know much about you until I opened up your YouTube and I saw a video with 1.3 million. I said, I don't have anything like that. That's a hell of an accomplishment. 1.3 million people watched this video you did a year ago. That is impressive.
Thank you, sir. I'm very honored. Thank you. Yeah, it came out of nowhere. I started the Khazarian Mafia series, The God Eaters, just along the lines of what I was doing. I'm here to help try and widen perspective of people, to try and help people escape the claws of religion and indoctrination, and to take on a different perspective as we move forward now into what I'm seeing as a great awakening. And not everybody sees it that way, but I definitely see things happening right now for a reason. And I agree with the whole idea that we're in some kind of mathematical anomaly, and that we are we've been kept from knowing some of the most important details of what it means to be a human being. And so I'm here to just kind of shake things up a bit. I'm not here to say that I'm right, or I'm not here to say that I'm the end all authority, but I am here to say that I've had some experiences in my life, and I want to share those with others, and I want to help others as much as I can, not have to go through what I did to learn the things that I've learned, though it's very important to endure. But I definitely want to bring a message that's unusual and helps just shake things up in people's minds, especially those who haven't really been on this awakening thing, quote unquote, for a while. There's a lot of newbies, and I want to be sort of one of the first people that hopefully they interact with in my videos and so forth, to just help them to see the world differently, because it's very different than the way that we were raised, and I know you're very aware of that. So I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to be on your show and to be exposed to some of your viewers that maybe don't know me. And I love this opportunity. I'm really excited. I'm going to be presenting some stuff on the Khazarian Mafia today, their history, why the world, how the world became the 1984 that it is, and they're a key element to that. So I'm looking forward to this. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it's all about. We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree on anything, because at its core, no matter what type of world we live in, no matter how we define the world we live in, no matter what our perceptions of the world are that we live in, this is a human experience first before anything else. And it's what you're doing is not an easy road. You identify as an iconoclast. So this is another similarity between you and I. It's the iconoclast is not someone who is welcomed by the awake or by those asleep. The idol smasher is not welcome anywhere. So it's I get it, man. It's a lonely road. It's a lonely road you've chosen, man. So
yeah,
kudos to you.
Right on. It seems that eventually the iconoclast pisses off everyone. I've even had folks that really like me, and all of a sudden I hit a subject matter that they're not ready to release from, and I'll strike a nerve, and I'm an instant enemy. So it's interesting. It's interesting, the crowd that goes along with this. I love my chat. I do a weekly show every Saturday, and it's always interesting to hear the perspectives and backgrounds of folks as they comment in the chat. I love it. I love seeing the development of the human organism.
1 minute warning!
And I'm very excited to be a part of this movement. And yeah, dude, I'm excited to present this stuff.
Well, it is an awakening. Yeah, it's as you know, backstage we had a little small chat. It's there is a minority awakening, and I believe, and it's just my vantage point that I think it's always going to be a minority. I think the collective itself has a role to play. It's almost like the difference between primes and non-primes. The non-prime numbers are the only ones that are motive. They're the ones that you can do things, add, subtract, multiply, divide. You can do all kinds of magic with the non-prime numbers, but the prime numbers are fixed. They're immobile, they're immovable numbers. So they're like the backfield to everything else that can move. And it's almost like the awakened soul is like the non-prime number, but it requires the unawake. It requires the collective, which is the masses, in order for originality and in order for maturity to fully develop. Because if you don't know what it's like, if you can't observe a whole bunch of souls that are absolutely blind and asleep, how would you even know that you're awake?
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. The contrast is essential. And I talk about that a lot in my videos, in that it is contrast that brings about the world. I mean, you can't see light without the darkness and vice versa. And it's funny like that. Our whole world is built in that way, and that you need a contrasting aspect in order to germinate a new one. And the whole idea of gender and the male and female stuff, which we've been going through in my Saturdays with Rosicrucianism, you know, it all begins to really make common sense. And I think that that's really key here, is to remain as grounded as possible, and to try and base the philosophy, base what you're presenting to folks in a palatable way. And like what you're talking about here, through contrast, it's a really good way to begin to see things in their holistic sense. And so, yeah, man, I'm definitely down with that whole idea, and I completely agree with you.
Forgetting! We're forgetting! Happy 9/11, forgetting temporarily. No, we got it, boys. Happy 9/11! It's still 9/11. We didn't even forget that long. Thank you, Saudi Arabia. We love you. You gave us something that we cherish to this day. There's nothing I hold closer in my heart than 9/11. Yeah, Lori, wishing you the best. Oh. Hopefully it's okay. We're not forgetting. We didn't forget anything. It's only 9/12 now. I already ripped. Never forgetting. We're never forgetting, Saudi Arabia. I know every move you make, Mr. Bonesaw.
We will remain the minority for quite a while. And this is tough information. And like you just said, it's a lonely path. I mean, the path of the awakened individual and the one who's going to set their own way and take the world for what they see it as, you know, that's not the popular view. You know, everyone wants to sort of, in many ways, agree on things. And the iconoclast kind of stands in the way of that. And it becomes lonely. And, you know, you lose friends as they, you know, as you get further and further away from the accepted normality.
Bro, Chuck Swindoll is just me in 30 years. My hair's getting there. It's getting Swindle length.
Friends get further and further away from you. And that's really what I've experienced. And tragically, you know, it starts to come between family, not in an angry way, but in just a, you know, I don't even know what the heck you're talking about way, and just don't really see things that way. And it's really changed. When I got into this thing, I never, ever expected the relational changes that I've experienced. That was totally unexpected, because I thought when I was going into it, I'm like, well, if I can see this and it's so obvious to me, it's going to be obvious to my friends and family. I mean, that's clear. And you start...
Bro, yeah, oh my God.
Talking to them about this stuff, and it's just, no thanks.
He has a shirt on. This was Phil. Oh, this was 3 months ago. This could be shirtless weather. You're right. Maybe he's in the north.
And that's really a lot of what I've gotten. I'm, you know, just if I was born in, or I was raised in Southern California for 20 years in the same house, so my friendship base and so forth was pretty solid. I mean, I knew the same people in kindergarten that I knew in high school. And so, you know, all of my friends were like that. I'd known them my whole life. And as soon as I went off the map, left Christianity, left religion all entirely, and completely took on this alternate idea of the world, it's just been, you know, further and further distancing. And so those of you that are watching this, that are, I don't know, just getting into it or just starting to realize the world
be prepared
isn't what it seems, just be ready for a lot of meditation alone time, because you're going to alienate yourself from everyone and everything that you've ever known. Because once you tap into this knowledge, you can't deny it. If you're a person who wants to know the truth and you want to know the real history and so forth.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth losing all these fucking cucks, right? I don't care. I want the truth.
When you start to get a taste of that, I mean, you'll abandon everything to continue down the way of truth and the way of light. And so, you know, be ready. It's not an easy course, and it's going to require quite a bit of self-motivation and self-responsibility to continue down the path, because it's tough. It's not it's not what everyone wants to believe and think and see. They really want to just stay with things as they are. They don't want to change. And so, yeah, when you become the different one, the iconoclast, there's baggage that goes along with that. And I mean, I actually just talked about that this last Saturday, and when I had someone ask me about the loneliness, and I encouraged them to take it as an asset, take it as more time to meditate, take it as more time to keep your focus and not be distracted, and try and make this difficult portion, this lonely portion, an asset to your journey rather than something that's impeding on you or impinging you from continuing forward. So yeah, it's a big deal. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's the what you're essentially defining here are the difference in values between the awakened and the collective. I mean, you can see that the disparity is really noticeable. Like if a 21-year-old girl, model beautiful girl, does a video on how to more properly paint her eyes and do her makeup, she will have 200,000 views in about 3 hours. Yeah. Whereas somebody getting on YouTube and doing a very spiritual video, you're not going to get that traction. It's not. No. People. It's going to be a small minority of souls that want to hear the spiritual, which is interesting because you and I have the same background. Puritanical Southern Baptist for me, but I was also raised in a home by a church administrator, and everybody knows your story. Everybody knows you know, you're Chuck Swindoll Jr., so you have the exact same religious conditioning background, and to break free from that is that's a hell of an accomplishment, man.
It's tough, man. Yeah, I'm very thankful. I'm one of the rare people that is thankful for contracting the disease cancer, because cancer really became my greatest teacher, and though it was trying to kill me every day and end my life, it became the entity that broke me out of the stagnant thinking that I had been locked in my whole life, and was likely one of the major reasons why I did develop cancer, was just the stagnancy of belief that I had been locked in since I was 4. And I was raised Christian. My father is probably one of the largest Christian influences of this generation. And that was my father. And so like you, when we were talking off stage, you mentioned how you're going to church 3, 4, 5 times a week. You're involved in different programs. And you really, I mean, that's really how the church really gets its claws into you, and that you spend so much time in it and doing it. You really don't take the time to see a world that is outside the Christian world. And when you're raised and indoctrinated in Christianity, I mean, seeing outside of that bubble is impossible until something in your life so impinges and impacts upon you that you're willing to be look in a different direction. The impact of the catastrophe is so great that it forces you to change your philosophy, because it was your old philosophy that brought you to that place of catastrophe. And that was really one of the lessons that cancer taught me, was that there's a reason why you're sick, and you need to find out why you're sick, and then that's going to begin to help you understand why you're in the position that you're in now. And you have to make a conscious choice on your own part when you've been indoctrinated to begin to leave that space. That's a conscious decision that you make because you feel, or I felt, that I had to, because it was the way I was living and the way I was raised that made me sick, that contracted cancer. And so, yeah, man, to leave a society like that, a cult, I like to call Christianity a cult like that, is no small task, because there's no exit strategy. You're never to leave. It's like the mob. Once you get involved, you're never to leave. And if you leave, you're going to pay for that. And so it's really
it's like YouTubers popping up talking about we're ex-CIA.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I've been called an ex-CIA agent many times in my work. Yeah. And there's a
I'm not talking about the people who accuse you of it. I'm talking about the ones that actually claim they're ex-CIA. And it's like, to me, it's comical. It's like, come on, man.
You never get out.
Really?
Yeah. Once you're in the CIA, you never leave.
Yeah, man.
CIA always.
So I want to comment on the cancer. So what you just told me is more evidence in my arsenal of just how spiritual we are, because cancer, like so many other things, is a shock to the avatar, and it's often these shocks we get to the avatar. Like for me, it was a motorcycle accident, but it's the shock to the avatar that seems to awaken the spirit within to see the world differently, to process information differently, and to understand that we are more than our avatars. We're actually more than we suppose ourselves to be. So you talking about the cancer was what kind of shocked you and woke you up. And I here in Archaics, I'm always making the distinction, explaining to people, man, most of life is spiritual. And when you catch yourself living in a reactive mindset, it's because you've fallen back into the collective. You are now responding to the wants of the avatar, and to where society and culture and the outside world is basically funneling your avatar to be. And you're living a reactive mindset instead of a creative one. You're receiving instead of broadcasting. Yeah. And so that's what came to mind when you said cancer was part of your awakening process, because cancer doesn't affect the spirit; it affects the avatar. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, it unexpected, and I think that that's one of the most common ways that folks awaken is that they never expected to. They never expected to see the world any different. And when you've got that shell of indoctrination, that the light really can't shine. It always shines through the lens of the indoctrination, and it's really scary to leave that shell because it's protective. I mean, it keeps you isolated in this very small mindset, and you don't have to grapple with some pretty tough to answer, often unanswerable questions, because that religion, that shell that you've been indoctrinated into, just simply doesn't let the light escape. It doesn't let free thought escape. You're a bot, and I think that was one of the toughest things to accept, was that I was a bot. I mean, I've been raised and indoctrinated in a very tiny or minority belief system in comparison to the truth of the world, and it really makes you, it made me very crazy, because you refuse to see any other world. And so when folks come along that are not in the shell that you're in, you appear to be a fanatic, and I was definitely a fanatic, and that's again a reactive position where you're taking all of this stuff placed into your brain and you're just parroting it back out to people, usually threatening, and it's not very cohesive to growth. And so yeah, it took a foreign experience for me, which was getting terminal cancer. It took that to wake me up, and that is very difficult, and you just really don't realize it until you're in it. It was in many ways, by the time I realized what I was thinking and starting to subscribe to, it's just too late. You can't unsee, and it's a catastrophe on your life because you have to leave everything that you've built. I mean, I left a solid job. I had all of my retirement set. I was working for my father at his church where he was serving, so my job was very secure. And you begin to find, at least I found, that the further I got down the path of awakening, the less the security was important, and the more the idea of insecurity became the focal point. Because that's the person that can still learn. When my bowl is full and I know it all and I've got it all figured out, I got the spiritual thing worked out, I'm worshiping the right God, I'm believing the right system, I've gotten my sins forgiven, and so on and so forth. When you're in that space, man, it's very secure. You think you got it all worked out. And when you realize that you don't, and you realize that actually you've completely gone down a dead end, it's extremely frightening, and it takes a whole lot of courage and a whole lot of dedication and knowledge to continue down and not just fold. I've known people that have begun to awaken, but it just got too much for them, and they weren't willing to go as far as necessary, and so they cowered. And so, yeah, my role here, I feel like one of my major roles is to help bring about courage for people, because it's a courageous act to break out of the indoctrination. It takes a courageous person to do that. And I really want to encourage folks to do that, because as human beings, I mean, we're to be adventurers, we're wonders in a wonderment. And the whole idea isn't to tie life in, but to release to it and, jump onto the rapids and see where they take you and courageously go down that road. And that's really what it's about right now. And folks need to find it in themselves to think differently, because nobody can do it for you. I always talk about that in my shows, the self-responsibility that goes along with knowledge. And, you have a role when you get more and more filled with the light to share that light with others. And again, that's a courageous act, the act of the hermit. And so, yeah, man, this is a big deal, and it's multitudinous. Before this show, I was receiving texts and messages from people saying I needed to cover this, that, and the other thing. And my thought is, as you know, Jay, the whole conspiratory world is so big, you could never sit down and outline the whole thing. I could never outline all the Khazarian mafia in 2 hours. I mean, I've got 8-10 hours now in videos, and I still have only scratched the surface with what I've done. It's so big, and it ties into everything. So, yeah, trying to make this bite size and trying to make this quote unquote believable enough to get people to pursue it is the key. And because they have to do the work. As you know, Jay, you yourself have to do the work. You got to read the books, you got to watch the lectures, you got to walk into the space. No one can do it.
Because it is complicated. Like, you need to see that they're fucking manipulating everything. It's not until you, like, see the whole picture where you're like, oh, everything's flipped. It's fucking flipped. The thing's fucking flipped. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Things flipped.
Do it for you. And that's what this is about. So yeah, I'm hoping that today we can instigate some folks to continue down this road and to find out for themselves just how corrupt the world has become. And it is our responsibility as the human collective to shine light to others and be a part of this awakening and moving away from the corrupted world.
Well, I do want to say that what you don't cover in this video, listen, people need to go watch that. I mean, I was impressed. I mean,
I think Chuck is in remission. I think he said that before. I'm pretty sure.
My only criticism of your video that got 1.3 million was that when you were talking about the control structure pyramid and it showed each tier,
yeah,
you never left the pyramid up on the screen long enough for me to look at it.
I don't think I'm smart enough to talk to Chuck Swindoll. I'm a dummy. Chuck knows everything, dude. He's gonna be like, bro, you don't get it. Amateur hour.
Oh, shoot,
so,
sorry.
So just long enough for what you said was that tier, and then I couldn't see the rest to compare it with other tiers while you were speaking. So no worries. You ain't got to change that video. I screenshot it. I got it now. But it was great. It's a good video. It's very informative. And yeah, I would like one of my moderators to go to his channel and put the link to the part 1, the God Eaters.
Yeah.
And go ahead and put it in the immortalize it right here in the chat. So,
right on.
So when people watch this video, the link will already be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Jay. Yeah, there's 2 videos on YouTube. One is red, one is blue, part 1 and part 2. And then as I continued down the road into mind control and the CIA, YouTube immediately deleted those videos. So those videos are available on Rumble. There are 5 videos total that I've made so far in the Khazarian Mafia. And I've got 2 more literally in the hopper, ready to go. I just have never had the time to present them, but I got 2 more going really deep into the brain aspect of it and how the CIA uses vibration and different types of means and ways to coerce the people who listen to their messages and the people who watch the media and so forth. There's a real logic to all of that. It is not happenstance. And so I cover...
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it all makes sense once you see the full picture. You're like, oh, it's just like a full-on assault. Every way that they can try and manipulate us, they are.
That in the 3...
I believe in you, Cat Dad. All right, thanks, Chop Suey. Maybe we should reach out. We'll have to finish the rest of his
videos
stuff.
that are on my Rumble page. But yes, the best place to start, Jay, is right where you just pointed everyone, and that is part 1, video 1 of the God Eaters on my YouTube page. That is the best place to start because it really lays the groundwork out and begins to open up the idea that the world is not as you have been taught it to be. It actually is the opposite in many ways to the way.
One thing I want my community to hear. You and I discussed something backstage. We're not going to go into details, but after putting up the God Eaters 2 videos and then releasing some more content, you were literally told to back off or they're going to delete your channel. And they had communicated to you, look, it's enough. So I want to address this, not on what you said, but on the scenario around such a practice, because I know YouTube deletes channels. I know that, and they gave you fair warning, but this is something that I have addressed with my community. Because people have asked me, says, "Damn, Jason, on your hats off videos, you go pretty hard sometimes, and on your freestyle Q&As, you answer questions even though there's pretty toxic subjects. While you're scared of getting taken down and all that." And my answer has always been that I don't know what compels me to move forward the way I do, but I see that there is a resistance in the field.
I love that Archaics wears his own merch too. Fuck yeah, bro. Real recognize real. I said that to a yoga buddy this morning. I noticed that one of the guys that's always in my traditional class with me at 7 a.m. He doesn't drink water too. I noticed the last couple classes I wanted to make sure that before I said anything, because like there's one water break in class and I usually just stand there and let's just kind of like meditate a little bit. And I do look around and I see if anyone else is doing it sometimes. And John has been doing it. And so at the end of class, I was like, "Bro, do you not drink water during class too?" And he goes, "I try not to." And I go, "Oh, hell yeah. Real recognize real, bro." I said, "I see you." He goes, "It tastes so much sweeter at the end." I said, "Yeah, it does." Anyway.
Not a
savor the water, hold it till the end, boys. Tastes way better then.
Threat that I'm going to be censored, but it seems to be
it's a metaphor for life.
That we have a benefactor. Because if we didn't, they would have just took those 2 guys.
Yeah, he must be, right? Is Swindle's dad a televangelist or something? He said that his dad was like one of the biggest people of his generation for God. What does that mean?
Videos down just like that. There ain't a damn thing Chuck Swindoll could have done about it. So why did they leave the videos up? So many other things that I've done too. I question. I like, why did if you guys are so opposed to me sharing this data, why are you leaving my channel up? Why is the video?
I don't think anyone's gotten the purple crop top yet. I need to.
So I've come up with this idea, Chuck, that this is a contract-based experience. They're always trying to get us to tacit agreement, try to agree to this, and our behavior is tacit agreement. This is why we fall into these feedback loops, and it's just like the whole COVID narrative. I said they didn't actually put a gun to your head and make you do that, but by tacit agreement, because of all the threats that were implied or valid, a lot of people signed up for it to save their jobs, be able to put food on the table, whatever. But it's still a contract-based reality. And I often wonder about this. What's your thoughts on that? On the fact that there is a benefactor force. We do have help in the field. Well, we would have been mowed over a long time ago.
Yeah, this goes right into the question, and maybe Jay, you can give me some insight on this because I still have yet to talk to somebody who give me any decent answer. But I go back to how do I form this? I take on the notion that the great awakening that humanity is in right now was instigated, that it wasn't just a happenstance organic thing, and then all of a sudden, and a few years ago, 10 years, whatever, there just became this massive, a great awakening beginning to happen, and just this entirely change in movement of the direction of the collective. And I, to this day, wonder exactly who is instigating this. What force? Is it an entity? Is it a force? Is it just spiritual aspect? What is it? Is it the collective unconscious? What is instigating and what instigated this? And exactly what you just said, Jay, exactly is, why did they leave? Why has YouTube had that part 1 God Eaters video in some kind of loop? And to this day, I mean, years after I've released it, I still am getting emails from people that have just seen it. So it's on some kind of loop. And I often get a note from someone that says, hey, I just hopped onto YouTube and it listed suggestions. YouTube listed suggestions for them. And they said your video was in their suggestions. And so this is YouTube, the enterprise, suggesting to people to watch this video. And it's like, that makes no sense, because just months later, when I released the third in the video set, I get a letter from them that's totally different than any other letter I've gotten from them. Before, I would get an email and they would basically say, hey, you're under a 90-day watch. We put your channel on lockout for 90 days. Don't do it again. And this one was totally different. It was a letter that said, we've seen the video that you've posted. If you post it again or anything about CIA mind control or anything about that subject matter, we'll shut down your channel and you won't even have a chance to have a rebuttal to it. You will not be able to get it back. We will shut it down and it will be gone forever. Do not ever post that again. And they still have left the Khazarian Mafia Part 1 video on my page. They left that one up. They still have not taken that down, nor Part 2, the 2 that I did. And it's like...
Probably because they can swing it and make it kind of seem like anti-Semitic, you know what I mean? And they do want stuff like... They want people to get confused by it. Maybe. I don't know, I'm just thinking. But it's when you get into the real, like, comparing it to, and the stuff that he's talking about, I feel like, and that shit is older. When you start getting into the 60s and stuff and talking about how it relates to today, no. That's what I always run into.
That doesn't make any sense at all. And it would seem like there's some type of energy, some type of force that is allowing this stuff to come out in sort of this piecemealed way. Like,
oh yeah, maybe that too. I like that. Sure.
It's letting out little bits and pieces, like some of the videos like you just mentioned that you've posted. It's like, dude, you're going hard. Like, this stuff is not allowed.
And I do think that the entities, I do sometimes feel like, I don't know, sometimes Thoth gets a little too lucid and you're like, are you channeling something right now? You're being exceptionally helpful in this moment.
I know people that have been shut down for saying a very similar thing, but yet they let little pieces through like that. And to me, I don't think...
Wait. Got word for this afternoon that our members voted for the merger, so it's happening? Wait, what are you talking about? You're not talking about the Warner Brothers thing. You're talking about your job?
I don't believe in the idea of coincidence.
Your job's merging with something?
And I think that this is moderated, like it's being leaked little by little. Like
just little pieces are being let out into the collective so that we don't have this collapse, but we begin to have.
Hey, listen, I know I'm not theorizing because I don't know if on your channel if you're in the YouTube partnership program, but I am. And even though I do not allow ads in the middle of my videos and all that, and YouTube's tried to get me to do it, I just won't do it. So Archaics is prime real estate. And there's like Ancient Aliens and Gaia and all these groups I really don't get along with. Forbidden Knowledge of Billy Carson. They pay YouTube to put ads in front of and behind my videos, and I'm a critic of all three of them. You know what I mean? But in the middle of my videos, I don't allow the ads. So it's called mid-rolls. But being a member of the YouTube Partner Program, I have people in YouTube that are assigned to Archaics, and once a month we do a Zoom. And in the Zoom, when I first started doing this, it was a YouTube attorney, it was a YouTube like IT guru, and then somebody in marketing. And there was three of them every time. And then I graduated to another tier, and then I had, like, you can call them a handler, I guess, even though they're not handling me, but it's one person assigned to my deal, and they show me all, because YouTube behind the scenes, there are hundreds of settings. You can get lost in the settings. There's so much. So they give me monthly tutorials. 20 to 30 minutes a month, and I go through there and they show me how to activate newer stuff. The reason I'm telling you this is because for 3 years now I've been doing these monthly deals with YouTube, and I'm not trying to hide my concerns. I ask him.
I know. I keep wondering, does he have a deep filter on his voice, or is that actually his voice?
Straight out. I says, well, you guys don't have any problem with any of my content? I said I have a unique class of videos that I've literally watched the views go down. And none of my other videos does it. And they said, what are you talking about? I said, listen, I got videos on history, on chronology, on spiritual stuff, a bunch of videos on the Phoenix phenomenon. And I never have any problems. I never see this, but I have about 30 videos about the Nemesis X chronology, and those videos do terrible. And yet it's one of the most fascinating topics to my community. They're always asking me to do more on Nemesis X, and yet those are the poorest videos. And I've literally watched the tickers go down, not up. So, they said, well, we don't have any problem with your content. I says, well, I have another series called Hats Off, where I kind of go deep on different Jewish intrigues and history and all that. And they told me straight up, says, we don't have any problem with your content at all. None at all. So I just took it. That's it. So I kind of just got carefree and just said, you know what? I just talk about anything now. Shit.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, I look forward to getting to the day when I've got my own website and so forth, and then I never even have to worry about any of the censorship or any of that stuff. I still am trying to walk a fairly fine.
I really commend that, and I know a lot of really high quality content creators go to Rumble and go to Odyssey and go that. But the truth remains is I may end up doing that in the future as well. But YouTube has cornered the market. YouTube, more people are on YouTube.
So far, Jason doesn't bother me, but I feel like a couple people have said that they don't like Archaics.
Than anywhere, all the other platforms combined.
So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the international reach of YouTube is beyond belief. I mean, they are, like you just said, they have completely cornered the market, and you really can't do on any other channel what you can do on, as far as reach is concerned, as YouTube. I mean, it's remarkable, and that was really one of the situations. I mean, that was the situation I was in 6-8 months ago when they really threatened me. It was like, okay, do I just completely abandon YouTube and go to Rumble? And I thought that can't be the thing to do. I've got 50,000 subscribers on YouTube at the moment. At that time, I did, and I'm like, I can't ignore that. That's a huge amount of people, and to just throw it all away and begin again on Rumble, which doesn't have nearly the reach that YouTube does. It was like, wow, I'm going to have to make this work. I'm going to have to be smart about this. I'm going to have to be wise about this and just carefully walk that way, because I want to be able to reach people. I mean, I tried the Patreon thing for a while, and that was fine. But it's like when you've only got, 10, 15, 20 subscribers for months on end, you're doing a ton of work for just a tiny little handful of people, and it's not really going to reach that far. And so you have to figure out ways to maintain your reach, but at the same time, be honest, be truthful with where you're really at as far as your belief systems or subscriptions are concerned. And so, yeah, man, it's a fine line. But I'm encouraged to hear what you just said, and it helps me understand why maybe some of my stuff has stayed on that wouldn't have stayed on normally. So I'm thrilled to hear that, and maybe I can begin to expand further.
There's other groups that I support, like the Paranormies. They're smaller. They talk about some really really toxic stuff going on in the field. But so do Rise Above in the UK, and we were discussing with them that it's very noticeable that YouTube has lightened up on their censorship quite a bit. They've lightened up. I think it's because so many people have abandoned and gone to other platforms. So
probably true. Yeah, it's certainly not because they have a good heart. It certainly always goes back to money and reach for sure. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with consciousness.
I mean, I don't know so much about money. I used to believe that, Chuck, but we're dealing with Fortune 500 company owned BlackRock type companies though, so they already have all the money in the world and they can print all. I think the whole money deal is like an illusion. I think it's more of control. It's we're dealing with entities that don't need any money. YouTube doesn't need any money. They get so much money from advertisers. There's so many.
I do think that the control part of it is more than anything. I think that it's all just printing money. It's all fake, dude. That's why each merger is just $70 quadrillion. It doesn't even fucking matter anymore. It's all imaginary numbers. It's about consolidation and controlling our fucking brains, making sure that we stay in our little box. Yeah, this is a good conversation. They're both playing off each other really well. So far, I haven't heard any takes from him that are bad. I've actually liked a couple of his takes, especially I like that they're both into spirituality and shit and into the truth. That's cool.
There's so many companies all over the world that are just throwing money at YouTube to show ads. They don't need any money. It's I think it has everything to do with molding human perception, creating a digital world that is very different from the actual world.
Yeah, for sure. And some of it for me might be the fact that I'm not monetized, and so I can usually play music that if I was monetized I couldn't, and I'm able to do some things that if I was monetized I couldn't. That might have somewhat to do with it also, but yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying there, and that they don't need money. But I do think it influences. At the end of the day, greed is endless. But it's probably not the finality, and that's what makes it so funny, Jay. Because if it's not about the money for YouTube, and it's about exposing different ideas and creative content and so forth, why are they allowing this kind of thing to be exposed? And maybe it's because we are in the middle of transition, and that's all just going by the wayside. So it's becoming irrelevant the further down the line we go. So I don't know exactly what the reasoning would be and why that stuff wouldn't be sponsored. But I do know that just 6-8 months ago, last November, so it's a little bit longer than that now, almost a year ago, I mean, they were all on me. And so I just simply haven't gone back there again. And that's the reason I didn't stream this live today on my YouTube channel, because I didn't know exactly what I would be saying and wasn't sure if it would go over well. But we'll see what happens. And I am encouraged, though, that more content is being allowed, and that my stuff, at least, has been able to be allowed on there, at least some of it.
Well, they could have been a lot harder on you, though, simply because, personal identity has a lot to do with public, your reach. So you are the son of a man that is known worldwide, and he was known for 50, 60 years. So it's that makes you much more of a threat than me.
I don't know about that. You are very knowledgeable in this stuff, but yeah, my father's lineage and legacy, I mean, it's a big deal. My father, I mean, he was the center of Christianity, him and Billy Graham and James Dobson back in the 80s. I mean, those were the dudes that were basically leading the whole front of Christianity. And so, yes, my father's impact has been incredible. I mean, I've got stories. The CIA tried to capture him. Anton LaVey personally contacted my father. I think he was hunting me, because when he contacted my father, I was pre-puberty and about 8 years old. So I was the perfect candidate for the kind of things that he was involved in. And so, yeah, my father has been in kind of the spotlight for a long time, back to the 70s, when he really made a name for himself from the ground up. My father, I mean, he came from nowhere. He's a country guy from Corpus Christi, Texas. And I mean, he wasn't known anywhere, and really on his own merit, with his own gifts and with his ability to exposit so effectively. I mean, he built it from the ground up right there from about 1971 forward. So yeah.
I'm going to have to interject with "We Texans will surprise you."
True. Yeah. My dad is a very proud Texan. Very proud Texan.
That must have went off really strange in Southern California.
It was a big change for my father. My father was pretty much Texas native, and that whole mindset, and going to SoCal, right there near the coast, right there in Hippieville. I mean, that was a big thing for my father, a huge risk taking on that church. First Evangelical Free Church in Fullerton, California, were the ones who gave him this big break there on Malvern Avenue in Fullerton. And he was right at the epicenter. They bought their first house for $59,900 right there in downtown Fullerton. I mean, I'm sure the house now is multiple millions, but it is amazing how different things were back then. Very different.
Well, my publisher's in San Diego. I go there once, twice, sometimes 3 times a year. I'm not really a fan of Southern California, but it is a nice little city. I can take it in small doses.
Yeah, it's nothing what it was. I mean, back in the day in the 70s, my sister and I used to ride down to Ralph's or Thrifty and get an ice cream cone. It was a lot different than it is now. It's very different than it was then. So, yeah.
So let's earlier we talked about Jordan Maxwell. I told you I was my publisher in San Diego. He had arranged for Jordan to get my first published book, Lost Scriptures of Giza, and what got me published in that book in 2006 was the fact is my source materials were very, very well covered and very unique. And Paul Tyson he openly admitted, he said, man, I had never seen all this information on the pre-flood world, the Great Pyramid. He said, I don't even know where you got all this data on the Great Pyramid. I see your bibliography, but a lot of these books I've never even heard of. And he says, but my chronology, he pulled a calculator. I said, the math adds up. He says, this is just mind blowing. But I have somebody I want to run this by, because I've done about 200 radio interviews with this guy. And I said, well, who is he? He said, his name is Jordan Maxwell, and I've published some of his books. But more so, I have a box full of old VHS tapes of all of our radio interviews, because we used to do a radio show. I said, really? I said, yeah, well, let me check it out. So Jordan Maxwell looked at my book, Lost Scriptures of Giza, and told Paul Tyson, yeah, I would definitely want to work with this young man. When he gets out of prison, we can do some chats, talks, we can work together, whatever. But this is something I would really like to pursue, because this is some fascinating material in this book. And I got out in 2016, but by that time his health was already waned, and Paul kept putting me on the back burner and just Jordan Maxwell never came out of it, and he passed away.
Mm-hmm. That's a shame. Yeah, what an honor, though, man. I mean, that's pretty high level there, and what an honor. Congratulations to you for reaching that kind of.
I appreciate it. There's a lot of people in the chat who have read that book. It's my first published book, but it's just one out of many now that I've done. But I mentioned that because in your video on your channel, you talked openly about Jordan Maxwell, quoted him 2 or 3 times. Yeah. So it's Jordan Maxwell. He was on it when it came to the New World Order, the unseen hand, the black nobility. Jordan Maxwell was on top of it.
Oh, his knowledge is unsurpassed. I mean, it is, and he was old school, man. That guy found that stuff out at the library. Like, that guy was old school research. Yeah. Put your head in it and start reading and go for it. I mean, there was no internet, there was no shortcut or anything to any of this information. You had to go and arduously find it. And a lot of the books he even talked about, like, he had to go to locations to find them. I mean, the guy was on it, and much respect for you for being able to reach his attention. I mean, that is enormous. So yeah, that's fantastic. I'm sorry you were ever unable to coordinate with him. That would have been amazing.
That's okay. I will tell you this. You might be a little jealous of this, so kind of tone it down, Chuck. Kind of tone it down. But my publisher is going to give me that box of VHS tapes, and I'm going to convert those into videos. But those are actual radio interviews between Paul Tyson, my publisher, and Jordan Maxwell, and they're unheard of. You can't find them anywhere anymore.
Gold. Please do the work, man. That's gold. That is pure gold. And yeah,
Who's
to get
Jordan
that information
Maxwell?
out to the people would be a really good idea. Pure gold. Yeah. You want to get going on this? Do you want me to start the introduction for what I'm going to be talking about here today?
Absolutely. You have to remind me, which one do I open up first?
So it says Archaics Part 1. It's the one that's green, and it says the God Eater. That's it. Yeah. That's the first slide. Now, the reason why I titled this The God Eater's Reproclamation is that this is sort of the Cliff Notes version of the Khazarian Mafia videos that I've already released. And what I tried to do when I put this together this week was to succinctly combine slides and information from my 5 videos that I've done already, and succinctly pull it into about a 50-page or 50-slide presentation. And what I've chosen to do, unlike all the other ones, and I did this mostly for the folks that have already seen all those videos, I've decided to open this one with the Phoenicians. When I first started presenting the Khazarian Mafia, I didn't have a good enough grasp of the Phoenicians.
Someone just reminded me that Saudis bought EA games too. Dude, they're buying literally everything, brother.
And my focus was more on the Amalekites, the Levant, and all the wars and so forth that were going on in the Levant between about 1800 BC and 300 BC. And right in that meat of those events was really where I focused my last video, or my 5 videos. And so this one, we're going to be opening up with a really tight look at the Phoenicians. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to establish that they are basically the banking institution that we still to this day under maritime law are under. And they established this maritime law through the Mediterranean Sea dealings and being basically over all the trade and all that was happening coming out of the Silk Road. And they were, by then, were the epicenter of trade there on the Mediterranean Sea. And so my focus is to share their history and then share the Amalekite history and the lineage of Noah and Esau and Eliphaz and these characters, which brought about this highly, highly satanic group called the Canaanites. and how they, like the diaspora of the Jews, the Canaanites just spread throughout all of that region surrounding, not only in the Levant, but the surrounding regions of the Levant as the Assyrians and the Babylonians and so forth came in, and these tribal wars that are going on in the Levant and these smaller societies that have come out of the Canaanite enterprise, they're fighting it out, but then you have these massive individuals like the Hittites and the Assyrians that begin to move in, and these little tribal communities can't compete with communities that are forging steel. And as we know, the Hittites, and at that time they were basically perfecting the forging of steel, which became the tank for the Romans to take over the area. And so we're going to be looking at today the Phoenicians, and then as well as the lineage of the Levant and the Amalekites, and how these two groups, due to the Silk Trade Road and so forth, combined, unified their effort. And that became the front. The Khazarian Mafia combined from the Levant and the Caucasus Mountains, combined with the Phoenicians and the Mediterranean sea folk who were wealthy and involved in trade, and bringing in the stuff from the Silk Roads, and how the Amalekites and so forth from the Caucasus Mountains sold those materials from the Silk Road down through the Mediterranean, and that's what basically brought such power and gold to the Khazarian Mafia, and then they moved into the West. So we're going to be talking about all of that today to try to give everyone a basic synopsis of why the world is still to this day under maritime law, why this group is still in power, and why they are still influencing the world to this day, thousands of years later. And I'm going to show everyone exactly the chronology of this. And then obviously, Jay, if you want to correct me anywhere where I'm screwing up or I've missed it, please let me know. I'm here to learn. I'm not a final authority on anything, and I don't see myself as a final authority.
No, I'm gonna let you get your flow out. I do want to preface, you're basically talking in the chronological record, you were talking about what came out of what is known as the Ogygian Deluge. After the Ogygian Deluge in 1687 BC, which was caused by the Phoenix, by Typhon, it took about 200 years for the shipping guilds to restore their power all around the Mediterranean. And these are this whole story of Atlantis in the 13th century BC going against Athens at the exact same time that you're talking about, when the Hittites began manufacturing iron, and it changed the military orders. It changed the shipping guilds. It changed everything. But the period that you're talking about is this, after a cataclysm that is called the Ogygian Flood, the Ogygian Deluge, this period of time with the Phoenicians. Where my area of expertise comes in is not so much on this. I'm well versed on this, as much as can be from what I've read, but I have documented the 552 years before that cataclysm in what I refer to in my chronicon as the Heliolithic Maritime Empire. It was a worldwide shipping guild. They had total control, but they were completely wiped out in this Ogygian Deluge. And coming out of the Ogygian,
is that probably what we call Tartarians as well?
Deluge. Then we had the Mycenaeans, we had the Minoans, we had the Libyans, because the Egyptians didn't have a navy. They relied on exporting the Cretans and the Libyans. And we had all this competition. And then all of a sudden, these Phoenicians enter the Mediterranean, and they just took over every single shipping guild. But yeah, this is all a little bit before the time period you're talking about. So
gotcha.
It's all
fantastic. Yeah, great to hear that information. Okay, so if anybody wants the slides from the show, you can email me. That's my email. And if you want the actual slides for your own study and to look this stuff over, compare and critique, just shoot me an email, and I'll send you a PDF that'll contain all the slides, and you're welcome to do with it whatever you wish. There's no charge, there's no catch. You don't got to sign up to anything. I'm happy to simply provide the slides and information. No problem, no strings attached. And so I just wanted everyone to know that. Okay, my Khazarian Mafia talks are very heavily based in this document from Preston James, which talks about the secret history. And one of the first things I want to warn everybody about when I go into this stuff, this is secret history. This is not established, accepted history that your professor down at your local university is going to be like, yep, I totally understand the Khazarian Mafia. Yep, I totally understand. They're not going to know about any of this stuff. And so this is a hidden mafia. This is secret history. You can't just hop on AI or Grok or something and say, hey, tell me about the Khazarian Mafia, and get this whole list about them. You have to go out and research this stuff, find the interviews. A lot of the material that I talk about with the Satanism stuff comes out of Mark Passio and comes out of interviews of people who have experienced the whole SRA, satanic religious abuse. And or satanic, what is the SRA?
Ritual.
Satanic, religious abuse, the abuse of the Satanists. And so I've listened to a number of interviews, specifically Jay Parker, who was a child who was brought into this mafia, and he was abused for years. I've got a quote from him with one of his abusers that said that they were from the Amalekites. They traced their lineage all the way back to the Amalekites. One of the one of the things these abusers often do with the people that they're abusing is they like to boast about their history and how deep their lineage goes, that they are a part of. And what I wanted to ask you, Jay, do you know, or could you lead me somewhere that could help me find information about the lineage of Cain? That could help me understand and know, like when he went into Nod, who he was meeting up with, or is that just all fake and just simply metaphors, and that these people are just representations of energies rather than actual history? I would love to pick your brain on that sometime, not now, but sometime, to better understand and get a grasp of the history of the Khazarians. So I would just be curious about that from you. Another book that that is basic for this is this book here, Cannibalism, Blood Drinking, and High-Depth Satanism by Kurt Barker. He was also ritualistically abused. That's what it is, satanic ritualistic abuse, sorry. He was ritualistically abused, had a handler. Most of the time, your hardcore abused kids that are in this, that are being used, have a handler. And they are programmed through sexual abuse, and they build schizophrenic personalities inside these children, and then form relationship to the individual personalities that come out of the schizophrenia of the child, and then those act as controllers within the mind of the child. So if they have an agenda that they want that child to carry out, they'll program one of the personalities inside the child, and then that child will then carry out the act with certain trigger words. And so Kathy O'Brien is a big source of information when it comes to that, and she also is in my videos.
Yeah, wait, why? I must have read something by her, because that's what I was calling Kathy Sanders, was Kathy O'Brien.
You're describing like Manchurian candidate type stuff.
Yes. Yes, and this is really where all the knowledge, or a majority of the knowledge that the CIA uses in regards to mind control, this all comes out of, in my opinion, the Amalekites, the work of black magic, satanic magic, and programming people with hallucinogenic drugs, which was a specialty of the Amalekites. Yeah. And it's my opinion that a lot of this mind control and brain programming tech comes out of the Levant, comes out of the Canaanites, comes out of the programming that they did on the people that they attacked. And
Kathy O'Brien fucks. Kathy Sanders sucks.
So it's not...
Oh, Kathy O'Brien. Yeah, she's the one with David Icke. That's right. Yeah, we love Kathy O'Brien. Kathy Sanders can suck our ass.
Young. This is all old information.
I can't believe I gotta fucking call out a grandmother faking having 2 dead babies. Otherwise, she'd give a fuck that Timothy McVeigh's out running around. I'm sorry. I'm turning on an old lady. I don't give a fuck, dude. Kathy Sanders, enemy of the show. She can still come on, though.
That's just being reused by our current rulers, quote unquote. And that link right there.
If I'm wrong, I'll apologize profusely. If you accept Paul Wysopal as your Lord and Savior, if you accept Paul Wysopal and Timothy McVeigh as your Lord and Savior, I'll apologize. But till then, Kathy Sanders, enemy of the show. Fed.
Checked my
She talks like a Fed, bro. And she had all this time to dilly-dally and write her little fucking book for like 12 years. Come on, who else gets to write books? Who else does? Feds. That's it.
Links, that link right there, as well as the link I presented.
Yeah, she's the one who didn't know Paul. No, she's the one who actively gaslit and pivoted away from Paul, honestly, if we're looking at it for real. I'm editing a cut down version of that part from stream yesterday, that like hour. I'm cutting out all the dead air and when I was talking about random bullshit, and then I'm gonna add some video reference and stuff that I mention and shit, and put that on YouTube and see if it does any better than the streams, you know, like, because I haven't posted a long video in a while. Maybe it'll go out to some people. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. She's a cuck. It is also fucked up to be like, this grandma's lying, but I don't know, man. She kind of makes a case for it herself.
Hear that link right there, better.
If anyone could find the report thing that people were hearing, or people were like, I think Timothy McVeigh might have been breathing, because I feel like there was a report or something about that. If you find it, throw it in the Discord. Help me collect evidence to put in my video.
Links today, and then as well as this link right here, lead you to PDFs or the file itself for free.
PDF files.
So you can get this information without having to pay any subscription, without having to buy into anything. You can just hop on the web, and that will take you to those books, and you can order the...
Ryan, yes, Chris Wysopal is like the cover brother for Paul. He also grew up in Connecticut, where Paul Wysopal supposedly grew up, even though we know deep down that Paul is actually a Wisconsin and a Midwest boy. But yeah, Chris Wysopal, and he has this weird hacker background. Like, he was involved with helping the feds catch hackers. Like, why are all these people Fed adjacent? What's going on?
Document, the Khazarian Mafia document, and you can read for yourself. Decide for yourself. Don't believe me. Go ahead and read for yourself. Do your own research. Make your own conclusions. I am simply here to...
Yeah, I have a whole section here on Paul's wall. Chris Wysopal. Oh yeah, dude, I'm going to put, like, remember from last night when we were talking about the Kathy Sanders shit? She's like Timothy McVeigh and the other author. They're like, Timothy McVeigh and Paul Wysopal literally have crossover in their lives. They would have to be in two places at once. That's literally not true, dude. Look, Timothy, like, appears here where fucking where Paul isn't. The last thing I can find about Paul is like 98. Timothy's here in fucking 95, doing crazy shit, doing the bombing in 95, getting executed in 2001, and boom, here we go. All of a sudden, Paul Wysopal's writing fucking weird articles about stadiums in Minnesota. Why? I don't know. He's talking about fucking football. And then he's fucking an attorney in Wisconsin in 2006. Again, an attorney, Paul Wysopal. That's supposedly what he is, right? That's Paul's whole story. Oh, I'm an attorney. And then when's this? 2007, all of a sudden, Paul's a fucking police officer. Wow, Corey's really serious about this. About Paul? Wait, what? About what? About Kathy Sanders being a cuck? She is, dude. I think she is. I tweeted at her. I told her about this shit. Her grandchildren were killed by this man. Dude, even the old Paul pictures, you're telling me that's not Timothy McVeigh? Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm having fun. And then, listen to this. Paul writes an article in 2014 for the Tampa, Florida newspaper where he says, hey, you can't point laser pointers at planes, which is like our number one thing we want to do. I mean, Paul's like talking to us from the past. He says most of the laser pointers used can be purchased at electronics stores, said Paul Wysopal, special agent in charge of the FBI. People sometimes tamper with them so beams can reach up to a mile away. The light starts as a small red dot on the ground, but by the time it reaches an aircraft in the sky, the beam is 3 or 4 feet wide, Wysopal said. The lights hit all the reflective surfaces on the cockpit of the plane or helicopter, blinding the pilots, who are particularly sensitive to the light when they are flying in the dark with night vision equipment. When the pilots are blinded or distracted, they could lose control of the aircraft, Wysopal said. No crashes have been reported because of laser strikes, but pilots have reported eye injuries and headaches. Okay, so that's in fucking 2014. Paul's doing that shit. Then here we go. Paul uncovers a sex trafficking ring, I'm sure, because he was fucking protecting it, I bet. 168 kids. That's how many people Paul didn't traffic to the lizards, but the thousands of that he did beforehand. What else? Paul was at a luncheon meeting in 2017. Here's one of my favorites. Paul literally wrote an article for the Tampa Bay Times in 2015 where regarding the 9/11 claim is unfounded, and FBI special agent in charge is denying that someone wanted to look into some people, and he goes, "No, there's nothing to see here," just like what he's about to do with the Orlando nightclub shooting. Regarding the April 14th article, former Senator Bob Graham pursues claims of Saudi ties to September 11th attacks. I would like to provide some facts that will help your readers better understand the truth involving the erroneous reports of a Sarasota family's alleged connection to the 9/11 attacks. During the course of the 9/11 investigation, the FBI followed up on more than 500,000 leads and tips to determine who committed those heinous acts on September 11th, 2001. Most of the tips and leads, including this one about suspicions surrounding a Sarasota home and family, were fully investigated and determined not to be connected to the 9/11 plot, nor related to any other threat. In regards to the Sarasota information, the FBI followed up on all leads. Interviews were conducted of numerous individuals with knowledge or who claimed to have knowledge of the facts surrounding the Sarasota home and family, to include members of the family themselves. The original suspicions reported to the FBI were found to be unsubstantiated, and no other derogatory information was found. Starting in 2011, a series of media reports again suggesting a link between the Sarasota family and the 9/11 plot. By this time, the FBI had already concluded that these claims were inaccurate. However, we re-examined the issues, including updated database searches and review of the relevant records. FBI has consistently stated no link was found between the Sarasota family and the 9/11 hijackers or plot. It's just him covering up for this bullshit. Covering up for 9/11. Bro, you know where I think they got all the blasting caps? Hey, Kathy Sanders, do you remember when, what's his face? What's the one in jail? His accomplice, Terry Nichols. When Terry Nichols was like, I stole a ton of blasting caps that Timothy McVeigh made me steal, and I stole them from this guy. Right here, Roger Moore. I stole all these blasting caps from Roger Moore, and then I don't know where they all went. But you know what we needed a lot of blasting caps for? That Timothy McVeigh was conveniently available for since he was killed in the execution chair? 9/11! He was killed in June of 2001, and then 9/11 happened in September. I think they needed Paul for a special little project. But yeah, anyway, this guy Roger Moore was like a gun runner, and Terry Nichols stole blasting caps that were supposedly used in the Oklahoma City bombing. But, nothing. Terry Nichols didn't do shit. He's just a little goof. Yeah, dude, you know what I need to do for real? I need to find this Fed from Neenah, Wisconsin, from 1988. Oh, this is like a couple days after I was born. Paul was so close to me, dude. He was in Neenah. Neenah's not that far from Kenosha. But Paul was the best man, or a groomsman of this guy at this wedding. We got to find these people, right? We got to find Sanderfoot Gritton, Thomas Gritton, and be like, hey, Paul Weisopel, did he look anything like Timothy McVeigh? Gotta let us know. Corey, watch them spin the Paul thing like it's something you invented. I mean, dude, video talks, right? Here, I mean, right? I didn't invent this. Paul invented this by being alive.
They say if you don't have any...
Are you the Oklahoma City bomber?
Maybe.
What do you think of the Attorney General, Giannarino?
That was deceptive editing. I will fess up to that. I did fucking cut that because I thought it was funny. He doesn't say. That isn't his answer.
They say if you don't have anything good to say about somebody, you don't say it. So we'll go on to the next person.
Today we recruit. You got to be somewhat computer savvy. Kids today, they're tweeting and twitting and banging away on their Xbox 360 stuff I never heard of when I was a kid. Wasn't even available. But
maybe one of the benefits of me talking to you today is that you'll see that maybe not everything is true that you've heard about me.
Good morning. My name is Paul Weissipel. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's field office here in Tampa, which includes the Orlando resident agency.
Well, am I pure evil? Am I the face of terror sitting here in front of you? Or am I able to talk to you man to man?
The Murrah building in Oklahoma City was attacked in, I believe it was 95. The downside to that.
Wait, Dr. Jolly West interviewed McVeigh? Is that true? Did I miss that somehow? Is that real? I thought he was dead by then. Really?
That was, you had civilian casualties. The target was political, but you had children that were going to a daycare center that were hit.
I thought it was terrible that there were children in the building.
And if they were to attack, or someone were to attack federal law enforcement, you don't want to have that type of civilian casualty. So the goal was to move the Bureau, the FBI offices to a more secure facility where we're isolated.
The IRS?
I believe they're an out-of-control agency.
FBI?
Should be reined in.
The big things for us, obviously, the terrorism, number one priority, the FBI.
Should be reined in. The guy who blew up the Oklahoma City federal building, oh, they should be reined in. He worked for them. It's so obvious, dude. These fucking people. I'm just filming all the stuff that I want to put in the video that I would have to film separately. I'm making you guys watch it. And then we're going to wrap up probably. Well, yeah. Maybe we're going to finish that Chuck Swindoll interview later. That shit's good, but we're going to keep watching that. But yeah, I don't know. Fucking Kathy Sanders, you pissed me off with this shit. But yeah, dude, their timelines very much don't overlap. Like, you really don't see much of Timothy McVeigh before he just pops on the scene as the new Lee Harvey Oswald handing out fucking Fair Play for Cuba pamphlets. You know? And then Timothy McVeigh disappears, and then all of a sudden we've got, oh, here's pictures finally of Paul. Now all of a sudden he just works in El Paso as a FBI agent who looks exactly like Timothy McVeigh. Just a little skinnier. Maybe he got his cheeks shaved a bit. I don't know. Same fucking ears. Don't give me that. Oh yeah, she was like, oh, Kathy's like, I'm a portrait artist, and those are totally different ears. No, the fuck they're not, dude. They're exactly the same ears. And they're exactly the same ears as Reinhard Heydrich. Here, Kathy, you want to see how their ears are the same? Tell me they're not the same. Come on. Try! I've never seen a bigger set of ears on people before. How dare you, Kathy? Them are big ol' frickin' ears. As a portrait artist, you should see exactly how this is the same person. I know, we gotta make the baller ass Weissopel video. We should use Kathy as a case study in bias blindness. Kathy Sanders wrote a book that I read like a few months ago where she's claiming that she's a grandmother of 2 kids who died in the Oklahoma City bombing in the daycare. Like, dude, Kathy, look at this shit. These are the same fucking ear, bro. He's just got a little bit of bigger lobies. Paul's the same. And Paul could very much come on the show and just be like, it's not me. It's Paul. Anyway. Yeah, we're at a good stopping point. Hour. No. I'm gonna wrap stream, boys. I'm a little tie-tie. And my dinner's almost done in the oven. It's a little too late to do a 20-minute. Don't be mad. I know it's the softest of landings. You'll just have to come back on Wednesday, boys, and we'll do it again. What's corny, Aunt Deb? What are you talking about? Whose wedding was Paul in? Oh, okay. It's, see? Look, I have this whole section. Where's Paul? Where's Paul from 97 to 2000? Nobody knows. Okay. Thomas and Lori Gritton Sanderfoot. I think it's Thomas Gritton and Lori Sanderfoot. This was in Neenah, Wisconsin. And dude, Paul has a lot of fucking ties to Wisconsin and Minneapolis. And guess where Eddie Liger's from? But yeah, see, look. His early life started in Connecticut, though, supposedly. Paul Weisopel. Honor roll, dork. Spelling bee winner, Paul Weisopel. In 1973. Little League. Paul played baseball, supposedly. And then I think this dork is from Connecticut, maybe. Or Massachusetts. See, hack me if you can. Here's Chris Weisopel. You do got a big old fucking chin, that's for sure. Hacker days behind him. He uses skills to help. He's the frickin' catch me if you can dork. Little fed. Anyway. Yeah, Paul, if you want to just come on the show, you could clear your name so easily. Oh yeah, what was this? I don't know what this thing is. I forget. Someone getting in a fight with Paul about something. I'll have to look it up later. Oh yeah, and then Paul covered up all of the phone call, all the shooting recordings for the Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting. He withheld evidence from everyone. Because that's what the feds do. Because they did the thing. Paul did the Oklahoma City bombing. And now he's covering up the Orlando shooting so everyone doesn't know it's MK Ultra, essentially. Paul's at the heart of the Orlando nightclub shooting. It's very weird, dude. And then 2017, where's Paul? Where's Paul? I'll tell you where he is. He was working with some kids to fuck with me, I think. Look, he was right here. He was working with my friends to send intimidation pictures to be like, hey, look, that guy you're talking about's following us. Look at his tight little ass. Not mine. Don't look at mine, Paul. Look at yours. Look at that flat thing. What's for dinner? Barbecue chicken. Look at that. Look at that. Sponge box. Flatness. No motion. Paul. Anyway. Kathy. How dare you, Kathy? This is me and Paul. This is Paul, Kathy. You know exactly who he is. You probably work for him. Alright, stop horsing around. It's time to pull my chicken out of the oven. Where are my glassies? There they are. Ooh, it's smelling good, boys. Oh. Good night. We'll see you Wednesday and Thursday. Breathe in. Paul got a cracked booty. Breathe out. Breathe in. What's for dinner? Pulled pork. Oh, man. Get it? Because he's a pig? Breathe out. In. And breathe out. Oh, wait, I did know about the Jolly West thing. I just forgot my comments on it. That's funny. Close your eyes. Settle into your seat and feel your body. Feel the weight of you, not as burden, but as anchor, as porpoise, as proof that you're here in this body, in this place, in this now. Take a slow, deep breath in through the nose and hold out through the mouth. With each breath, begin to feel the current inside of you. The rivers of blood, the sparks of electricity, the low hum of your own cosmic engine. You are a circuit. You are a filament. You're a current wearing a body for now. Feel your spine, a living antenna, a conduit for sky and soil. Not separate, not opposing, but looped. Your feet root down into the earth, not metaphorically, but literally. Your skin speaks with the mycelium. Your bones remember the stars. Your heart pulses with the grid. You're not here to ascend away. You're here to plug in, to root so deeply that the divine has no choice but to rise through you like sap. They taught you to look up for salvation, but the secret is this. It was under your feet the whole time, in the dirt, in the dust, in the mushroom, in the worm, in the hum. Let the sky fade from view now, not out of disrespect, but because the earth is singing to you right now, always. Breathe. The temple's not above, it's within, it's beneath, it's built from your breath. You are not broken, you are electric. And when you move, when you feel, and when you express, you light up the grid. You yourself feel that hum, let it rise, and then let it settle. You did enough, you're doing enough, you're already plugged in. Now just keep listening. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Paul is a cock-a-doodle-doo. Here, Paul, we got something for you. Take your loss, Paul, you a big old bitch.
On my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, been to take him to nirvana. Image merge, stacking commas. Be up because in trauma. Not a drug, it's marijuana.
Cucks will say I got a problem. Take your loss, Paul.
You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul.
And protect your chin.
Take your loss, Paul.
Bells showing all your little skin.
Take your loss, Paul.
You can't go back to Tim.
Nope.
After you
and my breath and the mushies.
Baby, if I'm lucky.
Paul, I will still go after your mom, just saying. Don't cross me. I'm your worst enemy, Paul. And I know about your daddy. Reinhardt Heydrich is your little frickin' dad. How much a ticket costs? This is Paul / Timothy McVeigh covering up the Orlando nightclub shooting. Spirit and we'll take them to Nirvana. Causing drama. It's not the same ears. Get another look. We love you, Paul. Goofy vampire. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim. Yesterday, Paul, go to L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself. Squirt. Chillin' like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn stand up. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants. Oh! Good night, Paul. We love you, Paul, so much. Here we go, baby. What year was this, Black Death? I forget. Take your loss, Paul. Little Timmy McVeigh. Take your loss, Paul. Fed dork. Nerd. We love you, Paul. Good night, everyone. We'll see you frickin' Wednesday, okay? Night, night. Bye. Have a good night. What we weave becomes. Paul, come on the stream. Just clear the air, dude. Stop being weird about it.